How about now? You see, you got sound now, Rob? How about now? Oh. You see, you got sound now, Rob? Oh. See, you got sound now, Rob? I'm stuck in a loop. Who doesn't love that? See, you got sound now, Rob? I'm stuck in a loop. Who doesn't love that? There we go. Any echo now, Rob? We're seeing how long that delay is. Hopefully I got it. We shall see. We shall see. Oh, hopefully. All right, what are we doing here? Sorry, guys, for the technical difficulties. I apologize. I'm stuck in a loop. Who doesn't love that? Sorry, guys, for technical difficulties. I apologize. I'm stuck in a loop. Who doesn't love that? Sorry, guys, for technical difficulties. I apologize. All right, here we go. We'll see if we finally got this thing right. Good evening, guys. Good evening, good evening, good evening. What an awesome, horrible, wonderful pain in the butt that was. Honest to God. I know, technology at its finest. Oh my goodness, that was fun. See, Dion, you missed out on all the fun. I didn't screw up on ours, but you know, I screwed up on mine. So yeah, hopefully. So Rob, are we good? Hopefully you guys are seeing everything okay. I'll wait until we know you guys are good. Is the echo gone? There's like a 20-second delay, which makes this the most fun. I first read that, Rob, and I thought you meant call it. Now I know you mean call IT. That's what I would normally do. I'm not IT. The echo was a couple minutes out. Okay, waiting. Yeah, I think you should be good now. I fast forwarded it. I think we're probably clean. Sounds good now? All right. Wicked awesome. Man, that was fun. So much fun. Really sorry about that, guys. There were just some goofy settings on setting this thing up tonight. I don't know what exactly was happening, but I looked up and I was like, oh my gosh, we have a live stream in 20 minutes. We just finished putting the kids to bed. And Ashley had gotten home from the hospital late today after treatment with the baby. Yeah, Rob, I mind tea. Yeah, I know. I could, Rob, like, I mean, I was just literally hearing in the back of my head going, let me drive. Get out of the way. That's exactly what I thought was going on. Yeah, and it's just like in the live, like I want my old settings back, but I can't get them back, and it's just, yeah, it's all a thing. So anyway, the good news is yeah, I am Matt, aka the Lumberjack Landlord. I've got Ashley here, who is Mrs. Lumberjack Landlord. Purpose of our live stream is really to talk to couples. We know that based on our relationship, and not every relationship is like our relationship, but we know there are plenty that are like our relationship. Here, I'm just going to try and move the camera a little bit over this way.
I can just move over.
Okay, I can move over. That's a good idea. There you go. Let's just do that.
Easy.
See, way better. So yeah, so the purpose of these live streams is really to get couples talking about real estate, because I think so often there's a driver in the relationship who's just like doing the work every single day and just like 24/7, 95 miles an hour. And it's just a constant thing. And then there's typically the other, in this particular case, it happens to be Ashley, who had to have a lot of convincing to kind of come over to being okay with real estate investing. And it kind of started with not wanting to do it, then being okay with it being done, and then becoming an active participant. And so we always like to share that story with folks, just because, the best and most powerful investors are the ones where where it's an actual couple where you're leveraging each other's skills and leveraging each other's, capabilities, to do the things that they might not be good at. Ashley's fantastic at sitting down and kind of grinding through all the data that I'll give her and then putting it all into the system so that I can then look at all the reports and go, okay, I'm seeing trending analysis. I'm seeing trends occurring financially. I'm seeing trends occurring in this other stuff. So with that being said, we want to make ourselves available to any and all questions that you guys have. But we'll go through it real quick. I won't read the first 17 from Rob telling me all of my technical problems. I have other problems other than technical problems, but we certainly had plenty of technical problems. And so aside from no sound, yes, echo, 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 waiting for it. Can you hear no echo? Nope, echo back. And then we get to Glover. So G Glover, hello, good evening, good to see you. Invest to Wealth, good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Lumberjack. Good evening to you as well. And Invest to Wealth actually won a set of Michael's books with a great question on Sunday's live stream, the abbreviated live stream. But that's all right. Dion was there to pick me up, and he, banged that over 3 hours on Tuesday night. We watched literally every minute of it.
Oh.
Yep, while we were actually talking through our portfolio and software that we're evaluating, because we are about to make the significant time, money investment in the right software platform for us. It's been we've evaluated for what, almost a year, the different platforms.
Yeah. We've been tossing around at least for 8-9 months.
Yeah. So we've been tossing around for about 8 or 9 months, but no, actually doing it, because the first the first product that we got that we looked at, that was beginning of the year, the very first one that we looked at. And then we looked at a bunch of them. We looked at a ton of them, and I'd say like 6. Yeah. So we looked at like 6 different ones. And it was understanding that the only way to really grow the business is to multiply ourselves. And so we had to get more efficient at what we were doing. And so up until now, we've really run from spreadsheets, which is, it's all right. It has its pluses and minuses, but the biggest minus is come tax time, it's just a massive, massive amount of work, huge undertaking. So while other people join in, because we're only about 6 minutes in, while other folks join in, we'll get through the rest of the hellos. So Dion, financial freedom, meowdy. Can't even get a full-fledged howdy. I get a meowdy 10 times nonetheless. Rob, call IT. Yep, that echo was brutal. Sorry about that, guys. I figured out what that was. And then Dion talk sounds good. Yep, Invest Wealth sounds good. Good. Rob, I'm IT. Yes, I know, Rob. That was very. Oh, that's the bean in the background. Today she had labs and she got blood, right? Yep, labs and got blood. For those of you who don't know, my daughter's going through chemo, or our daughter's going through chemo, and she's doing really well. We have scans next week, so we're super excited to look at the scans next week. So that being said, we'll continue through the rest of the hellos. There we go. And let's see. Tiffany White. Good evening, Tiffany. Rob, my other took 5 years of convincing. Yep, I understand that. It was quite
Long.
It was quite a lot. Yeah, it was quite a lot. Dion talk financial. Someday I will have a spouse and rewatch these, but not today. How do you plan on educating your kids on finances? So that's a great question, Dion. They are involved and around the business all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So on Saturdays, part of our weekend specifically and planned, part of our weekend, every weekend, is all 3 kids in the car, all of us as a family, we'll go and we'll visit rental properties, either ones that we own, ones that we have under contract, projects that we have going on. When it's warmer out, we usually will take them to the actual projects that we're doing. So our kids live it. And so when it comes to finances, Samuel is our oldest. He's 4. He understands that. And oh, cool. Oh, Rob, I thought the recording dropped. So great question, Dan. So the kids are involved, they live it. So they understand that we buy houses, they understand that we fix them and make them nice, and they understand that we then rent them out. So all of our kids are absolutely on board with that. They see it, they live it, and Sam's 4. He just turned 4 in December, early part of December. Bryn is 2, and then Eliana is 8 months old.
We also kind of instill in this principle that we have money, they do not have money.
Yes.
So in order to get money, like daddy, you need to work, you need to be a part of our family. Not like, I mean, they're 4, obviously within reasons within their things, but also we're not like those over the board Christmasers. Like we just have a reasonable amount of gifts because we want to show them good financial building blocks. So we kind of demonstrate that.
Yeah, for sure. So we do, I can't believe this scale is actually right. It says only 4 people are watching. So hopefully there's not some sort of another technical problem, but there probably is. But that'll probably bounce back. Yeah, it's going up and down, kind of weird. So anyway, so the kids are actively involved. It's part of our family thing. It's how we believe we're going to instill the dynamic for the kids. Samuel has been on job sites with me and picking things up, where he'll actually clean the site and stuff. So, so I think that, that's how we talk to our kids about finances. If you don't work, you don't eat. That's just the way it goes in our household. Okay, cool. Yeah. So it's bouncing back. I probably just said something offended, like holding people accountable that might have just stumbled on the stream. That's probably what happened, Glover. But anyway, so that's what, so great question, Dion. That's what we do for our kids. Rob, always here for me. I appreciate that. AW, I feel like your wife's shirt is my right now in AZ. It's 58 degrees, too cold. So it was 19 when we woke up this morning, and that's not Celsius, that's Fahrenheit. So it gets a lot colder. It gets a lot colder here for sure.
I'm always cold.
Yeah, she's literally freezing. Yeah, she's constantly cold. Even when the house is rather warm, she's constantly cold. So
layers.
Layer up. That's how we do it. We had to layer up when we were poor, and we still layer up now. So
when we were broke as a joke and couldn't turn the heat on, I wore my winter jacket inside the house, and I just cooked in my winter jacket.
62.
I sat in my living room in my winter jacket with my little blanket on, and that's what we did.
Yeah.
We only turned the heat up when company was coming over. And I think then we turned it up to 64 or something. And I
68,
remember.
Yeah.
No, a couple of times it was 64 because to us that was hot.
Mm-hmm.
And then other people were like, we should probably go a little higher when they come over.
For those of you who don't want house guests, works pretty well. They're like, we're not going to your house. It's always freezing. And it's true. It was always freezing. So yeah. So it was crazy. AW, best wishes to your daughter. Thank you. We appreciate that. She's doing really well. We were kind of, walking daily through the miracle, which is, in September, the Labor Day weekend, she was diagnosed. We were told she had an 8% chance to live. And she's living, and she's doing really, really well. So we are very blessed. Certainly appreciate everyone's prayers and best wishes, and know that, like I said, we're kind of walking through our miracle. So we're really excited about that. Yeah. So it's going really well. So it's good. Rob, we just closed 2 minutes ago, got recorded notice. Very good. Congratulations. Awesome. Sent Dion an email summarizing the deal for SNGs. Cool. I love it. Yeah, I'm sure. I think Dion actually had sent me an email. So we love hearing about people's deals. In fact, the recordings that we did tonight, were actually with Mike and with Dion. Those were all about our deals. Their last deal, or I think Mike did his last. Mike did a deal that he just refied out of. I did a deal that I just bought, and what the numbers are going to be on the cash out refi. And then Dion did his first deal. That's the one that he talked about, was his very first deal, which was awesome to hear. So yeah, lots of fun. I mean, that's one of the really fun things about being a contributor on this channel, or on Mike's channel, and on Dion's as well. That's one of the fun things about that, is that we really get the opportunity to hear what each other's doing, listen to the deals. There's always little things that you can pick up and learn. And so yeah, it's just iron sharpening iron. So it's a lot of fun from that perspective. So if there's any questions, we actually don't have any questions on the docket right now. So we're happy to talk about whatever. We've got a video that's going to be coming probably next week, is going to be the Lambo video. For those of you who don't know, and yeah, it's completely obnoxious, I totally get it. I've had nice cars. I'm a big sports car guy. I've had a lot of them. I've had a lot of them through time. And so I'd sold my last car like 2 years ago. Yeah. I sold my last car like 2 years ago. And the dream has always been a Lambo, but I'm too cheap to buy it. So it dawned on me with watching all these jackasses on YouTube. It dawned on me that what was really needed was, I needed to buy a Lambo, but I needed to buy it with a house payment. So I was like, okay, if I can find a house where I can make enough money on the house that will cover my Lambo payment, then that's probably the right way to do it. So G Glover, I am shopping now for a Lambo because I bought the house. So I bought the house that's going to afford me a Lambo, but I'll cover all those numbers in that video, because those numbers are kind of gaudy. They're kind of ridiculous. The last 7 deals that I've done are all over 20%, not red and black. Dude, I'm the lumberjack landlord. Orange.
Lumberjacks wear red and black a lot.
They do, but I'm different. I'm the orange. Yeah, it's a great car. So what we're really deciding now, and this is completely just, like I said, this is until we get a real estate question, we'll talk about a Lambo. The Lambo will be orange, more than likely. And it will be either an Aventador or a Huracan, or a done Huracan. So we'll see. It's not going to be a Gallardo. It's not really a Lamborghini. Don't let somebody tell you that it is. It has the badges, but the entire inside of the interior is all Audi. So yeah, it's a real legit actual Lamborghini. Yeah, Ashley doesn't care. How do you find deals at 20%? I am the Obi-Wan Kenobi of real estate. These are not the droids you're looking for. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I will only do a deal if it's over 20%. And I look at the opportunity that we have now. I think G Glover is the only one that actually is in front of his keyboard or phone. So to answer your question, how do I find deals over 20%? I will do only over 20% deals. That is my magic number. If I'm going to do a deal, it has to be over 20%. Number one. Number two is, I don't look a gift horse in the mouth and say, oh no, it's just too many 20% deals. It's 20%. I will take 20% of my money annually anytime. I will take a net 20% of my money anytime. So that's all different ways. So my last 5 deals, MLS, wholesaler, MLS, pocket listing, wholesaler. Those are my last 5. So that gives you an idea. Typically what we're talking about is the MLS deals. It's always something that other people are missing. I talked about it in the video that I did with Dion and Mike tonight for the 3 Amigos. And that particular deal is going to be 46.8% year one is what the return on capital is. And that's after I get paid all the money I put into it out of it. Plus I get another $25,000 in cash it's still going to give me a 46.8%. And I'm going to get paid $25,000 to do it. So the reason that deal came together, the reason that people missed that deal is really one reason and one reason only. It was listed as a single family home. The broker made a mistake. It was 30 years ago a duplex. It was zoned a duplex. It was just being used as a large single family, and they didn't do the right thing. The agent was very nice, but she majorly made a mistake on not listing that as a zoned as a duplex, can be used as a duplex, or duplex being used as a single family. People that were looking at it as a single family home, and it was too big as a single family home, and it needed a little bit of work. My get ready costs are $35,000. I know a lot of people like to do turnkey. I hate turnkey because that takes away my superpower. My superpower is unearthing value, creating value in properties. And that's only can be done when you're buying them undone. Or the only other way to do that is if you're buying something that's been owned by a landlord for a long time and he doesn't do a good job of raising rents. Right. That's the other place that you can unearth value. But that's that we do that a decent amount, but it's almost always projects that need to be done that the other the other owner looks at it and says, oh my word, I have to do all the windows and that's going to be $30,000. It doesn't cost me $30,000 because we have a contract with window companies that we actually, will create. We have a LLC that doesn't hold anything. And the only purpose of that is so we can get builder contract pricing. That's it. So we have that LLC, that's what gets done, but that LLC doesn't actually hold or own anything. So it was just set up purely so we can get contracts or with contractors and basically be able to buy wholesale. So Russ Lee, hello, Lumberjack team. What are things you do? You online find, buy, and maintain your rental properties? Things you do online to find. Oh, okay. Things you do online to find, buy, and maintain rental properties. The software that we use is going to be online. That's what's called a software as a service. So that will help us maintain. Find MLS, steady emails to wholesalers that we have relationships with, brokers that we have relationships with. They know what I like. So they'll call me a lot of times, but I'll even send an email. Hey, I just got out of another project, interested to find out if you have anything that you think you might have coming, or anybody that you've talked to that might be considering throwing it on the market. Let me know if you've got anything on that, to that end. So yeah, that's definitely something that we do. I don't think there's we buy Alibaba, so long as it's a UL certified or UL stamped outlet or light switch. I'll buy them there, and I'll buy them at 500 at a time. So instead of walking to Home Depot paying $2 a piece, and that's if you buy in bulk, instead of going into Home Depot buying them at $2 a piece, I can buy 500 of them for 55 cents a piece. Same thing with GFCI outlets. If you walk into Home Depot and you have to buy one, it's $40 to $50. I can buy them, 50 or 100 at a time for like $6 or $7. So I run it like a business. I legitimately am finding things online all the time that make us faster, smarter, spend less money, etc.
You will always look online before going in a store to see 100%. If you can find a deal.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And you'll even find contractors like something silly, right? So like screws, GRK screws are the screws that we use. They're super expensive. You walk into Home Depot, it can be $50 for a little bucket of those GRKs. I'll find them from like Habitat for Humanity, where you walk in and there's like some builder donated a box of them. I'll pay them for them, and I'm buying them for $20 a box. So yeah, that's just really anything. There's nothing too small. Screws, whatever it is, like, signed up as a contractor with Benjamin Moore. sign up as a contractor with Sherwin-Williams. So I have contractor accounts. Yeah, all that, like literally, huh?
That's not online.
Not online anymore. You actually, sometimes you actually have to go into the store and like fill stuff out, like an online application. Yeah. So, I want to skip the Dion's. We will get to the other questions, but I want to skip the Dion's question real quick. Ashley, what system do you use to save time?
What do I use to save time? Are you talking about like specific?
Just what stuff do what things, what do you use, and how does it save you time? So we're going to be going to the, wasn't meant to go ahead. Wasn't meant to stump you.
Well, I know it wasn't meant to stump me.
Deanne asking the hard questions out of the gate.
All right, I'm just gonna preface that
she's been up really long today.
Really early, so I could get to Boston super early. So I am slightly foggy.
Yeah.
So and I'm not sure, like, I mean, if we're talking about like software, the software we have currently is not saving me time.
Right.
It's not working. Yeah. So we're in the process of finding a new software. So it wasn't necessarily that it stumped me as much as it's like, can I just say that we're finding something better to save me more time. As far as like processes, I would say that especially before, I'm going to go with before Ellie was sick, so that I could just do it normally. I would have, my certain days of the week where you go to the PO box, and then these days of the weeks we open all the mail, file everything. Then my one day was bill pay data entry day, and I'd have everything organized throughout the week so that I could just go sit down and we would just plug everything in, go through everything. And that really helped, at least for what I do.
Yep.
That was kind of my best case scenario. Now getting our mail's a little spotty because
we literally we literally send someone to get it, and when they come back, it's usually like like one of those reusable shopping bags full.
Yeah, it's a lot of opening. So yeah, but as far as data entry and into my system, I found that we grew so big this year, especially, that it's just no longer efficient. So I'm looking for a new software to make me better.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good answer. All right, back to in order. So let's see. Roldan. Hey, Roldan. Perez and I were talking tonight about the kids' college fund. Yep, which I said, what's that? Our conclusion was to have two or three of our newest properties will take care of it when the time comes. Yeah. So yes. So we probably have a different belief on college than most. I'm a ninth grade dropout, is what it is. Ashley went to college because she had to, because she's a nurse. So in order to be a nurse, you have to go to college. And so, yeah, so from a college perspective, we're not really because the kids will start working in the summers once they're teenagers. We'll start to better understand what their aptitude is, as far as, where they're really gifted, where they're strong. The most important thing that we view that we can do for our kids as parents is set them up for a happy life. And that doesn't mean things are free. What that means is they get to do something that they enjoy, and that we help them recognize what they're really good at. Most people love things that they're really good at. And so if we can just put them in a position where they can kind of discover that before college, then they can decide, yes, maybe college is for them. No, it maybe isn't. We would have to have a conversation about college. I will not be paying for a psychology degree for any of the kids. It really is going to be, they have to pick something that they can get that adds value to their life, and adds value, gives them the ability to add values to others, add value to other lives. Yeah, it has to.
And we've always said that instead of maybe contributing to college, when they are done with college and they have done well, if they want to go to college or whatever, then we will help them maybe with the first down payment or something like that on their first property, if that's what they want to do. Yep. Adding to them in some way. Yeah, kind of the other thing too is to us, to roll into your point. Yeah, we kind of
Oh, he actually followed it up 2 down with what are your thoughts on it regarding your children college education? Yeah, we're not paying for it. Largely speaking, we're not, because here's the thing, guys, and that comes
And
from
we're not requiring it for them.
right. Yeah, we are not. What we require is that our children reach their aptitude,
Yes.
and that can be mechanic. Then I want you to be the best. You can be a plumber. You can be the best. You can be a lumberjack. You need to be the best. What I want to see is I want to see my kids happy, loving what they do, enjoying life, but also recognize that you can't, it's not only about enjoyment. You also have to be able to provide for your family. And so you can have that dream to be a hockey player, completely fine, but we are not pushing all the chips to the center on the table on you making your name in the NHL. So we are, and the other piece about college too is that our bread and butter for probably 15 years was college students. That was my strategy. That was my previous strategy that we really worked on a lot. And it worked really, really well for us. And quite frankly, for years, we saw the absolute waste of money, time, effort, energy made by their parents, made by them. It is a very short list of the people that turned that into something. It's funny because a lot of them we still talk to. We've had some people that have been renters of ours for 8 and 10 years. And we've just watched their life.
Or still been our server in the local restaurant.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yep. And they have, $100,000 in college debt. So yeah, from a 9th grade dropout, from Ashley being a nurse, I believe that, college is there to train you for that next thing that you're going to do. And I think that college is very useful in certain veins. And I think in other veins, I think it's just a scheme. It's not very useful.
There's nothing wrong with the trades.
No, we are all about kids going to the trades. If our kids want to be plumbers or electricians or whatever, mechanics, we are not snobby. Yeah, military. We are not snobby. We are all about them reaching their aptitude. That's what we're about.
Yes.
So yeah, and don't worry, only 4 people went away when I said that.
It's just our kids. You don't have to do it with
you don't
kids.
have to do it with your kids.
It's just us.
Rob, I have I have to install a new stove with a hood while running a new gas line into a current cabinet. What would ballpark cost be that vent hood does not currently exist? You're probably looking at not including the stove, but including the hood. It depends on where that hood has to go and where you're going to vent it out. Like up, and if it's obviously on the first floor, but it's only if it's only like a ranch. So it depends on some of those things, but I would expect that would probably be a day project. What you really need to do is as much of the demo work that you can. That way, when a plumber goes in to do the gas line, everything's open and accessible to them. That's the most important thing. Make sure that everything is open, accessible to them. Things are moved out of the way. Holes are already done when you know where they want to put it, like all of that stuff. Make sure all that stuff is done. If you do that, you will lower your cost the most you possibly can. I don't do any of my own gas work. I refuse. But I will like pre-demo stuff, or I will have my guys that are, $30 an hour, pre-demo, move, organize, make sure all the stuff is there, parts are there, everything that's needed is there. That way, when the plumber shows up, he's like, man, I love doing these jobs. They're super easy. I show up, everything's there. I bang out the job and I'm done. So we do that every chance we get. And I would guess you're probably a day. And so if your plumber's 120 an hour, then you're probably $1,000 if you buy the materials. Some plumbers don't do that. Ours does, because he's just like, he wants easier, and he just is going to show up and do what he does that he's great at. So yeah. Matt Motley. Hey, Matt, howdy. Rob, do you have a PO box for renter incoming mail, or does it just go to your home address, i.e. for privacy? Yes, privacy.
PO box.
PO box. Yep.
PO box.
Only very few bills get sent to our house. Most of it's PO box.
Yep.
And it's for privacy's sake. It's for a bunch of reasons. Yeah.
I don't think any tenants know where we live.
It's best.
Mhm.
It's best. Yeah. Yeah. I have no interest in people knowing. In fact, a lot of contractors either.
Don't
It's
know.
like, yeah, we'll have yeah, there's no need. There has to be that separation too. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah. Uh, so yes, privacy. Tiffany White, I appreciate the continued motivation from the three amigos. Awesome. My tenant is moving out of my investment condo. Cool. I will move into the condo and sell my home, then use the proceeds to buy to buy 2 to 3 small single family, multifamily. Love it. Love the strategy. And then you'll have a space to put all your beautiful fish. Love it. Dimitri Gurvich, Matt, I never bought anything on Alibaba. Any chance you can share some links? So here's how Alibaba works. I'm not against sharing links, but my links won't do you any good. And here's why. You go on Alibaba, you select what you want for product, and then you fill out a sheet. Basically, what those vendors end up doing is they end up bidding on what they want. So, i.e., you say, I want 500 UL listed, tamper resistant duplex Decora style outlets. So you have to know what you're asking for, but you basically put that out there, and you put that out there, and you put light switches out there. So I would do tamper resistant. I would do a huge count of those, like 500. I would do like 50 weather resistant. The WRs, they actually go outside, and it's because they have to be weather resistant, i.e. water. And then I would do single pole outlets, which you use a decent amount, but you use a ton of doubles, or two-way switches. So I just put that order out there, and I put, 500 of this one, 200 of this one, 50 of this one, 500 of this one. And then you'll get quotes with them coming back saying, this is what we'll sell that to you for. And that's how I do it. And so my links won't help you at all. It's literally going out there and putting your own kind of what you're looking for. And then they say, yeah, it's 55 cents here, it's 57 here, blah, 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 blah. Even GFCI outlets. So I'll just put a big, huge order like that together and then have them email me. And then it's like a bidding thing. He's just like, nope, if you can do a little bit better, I'd probably do the deal with you. And so if you think about it, when it's all said and done, the 500 outlets was like 270, 280 bucks. Now I have to wait, 8 to 12 weeks to get them, but that's fine. And when I buy them in that bulk, when I get down to 100, because if you think about a typical house is going to have probably 50 outlets, that we're going to a typical unit that we're going to redo. If it's a, multi-bedroom, three bedroom unit, it's probably going to have 50 outlets. So just kind of going, generally speaking, on that seemingly is not gone wrong for us. So, yeah, that's the best I can help you there. No luck with kitchen cabinets recommendation. So here's a recommendation. I've gone back and forth with them. $50,000. If I pre-purchased it, $50,000 was going to get you guys a 1% discount. Yeah, no freaking way. I was like, no. I was like, well, when do we start to get to 10%? The number was so astronomical. It was literally tractor trailer loads of cabinets. So, and there's no place to store them. Like, that was a losing money proposition for me. I was willing to do it if I broke even, just to help people, but there's no way to do it. So, I like Choice Cabinetry out of Ohio. They have a really nice white shaker. And I also like Fabu Wood. I think they're out of New York or Kentucky. It's New York or Kentucky. But Fabu Wood, fantastic. I use white shaker only. And then as far as handles go, I like very beefy, modern rod stuff. That's what I like. That's what we use. And so I buy those in bulk. I buy them 50 at a time. And depending on the drawer sizes, like I have a percentage that I use of here's the handle. And if the door is 24 inches, then I'll do a handle that's 10 inches. It's a percentage of the size of the door. so it looks different and pretty and more grand, especially like an upper cabinet that's 30 inches. I'll use a 12-inch handle on it. Most people use the cheap 4-inch ones, or they'll use even a button pull. That sucks. That looks awful. So I use something big and grand that people are like, wow, that looks really awesome. So yeah, so I do that. Dimitri again, Dimitri Gurvich, I recently bought recessed lights from Amazon. It was $16 for a price of $4 at Home Depot. 16 for price. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Watch with Amazon though. You have to be very, very careful because there is a lot of stuff on there that's retail plus. Yes. The better place, believe it or not, is eBay. eBay is better than Amazon in that regard. Because you'll deal with massive warehouses where Amazon's not housing the product. And so these people that are housing the product themselves, they'll actually blow stuff out. You know, if they're down to like a case or 2 cases of something, they'll blow it out. So yeah, I'm not as big of a fan of Amazon as I am of eBay. Janelle Diaz, hello, Matt and Ashley. With the rise in rents coming up, do you recommend listing at 10% above average rents initially and then bringing down after a couple of weeks if no inquiries? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think you, yeah. Yep. The one thing that you might find is a person that's willing to go up that high because they have to, because they have garbage credit, a bad rental history, any number of things like that. What I would recommend is doing the work. I'll look on Craigslist, see what's available then. I'll look on Zillow, see what's available then for those prices. And then I'll make those, and then, we'll price sometimes just above that. We'll look at the quality too. We'll look at the quality of what's there to then make our decision of how we're going to price it. But the big thing is that what I like is actually doing it a little bit lower. The reason I like doing it a little bit lower is because then I can get like a great tenant. You don't just want a tenant that's going to give you the number that you need. You want a great tenant that's going to give you the number that you need and stick around, because a turn costs money. Our turns don't cost us per se because we don't have vacancy, but there's always work that needs to be done when somebody leaves.
And you get a better tenant that's going to take care of your property, be more harmonious with the neighbors around them. If there's like shared space, and that's worth its weight in gold to not be called from like surrounding tenants, it's worth it.
Yeah. So you can price it 10% above and see who you get. You might get the perfect person because somebody's buying it or renting it based on price. So it's not a horrible strategy, but yeah, I would check it. I would check it and then see what you're doing. And then if you only get, 2 or 3 and they kind of are, not that good, jettison the pod onto the next one, figure it out. Yeah, that's what I would do. And Dimitri, by the way, welcome to the channel. I don't think you've posted a question here before, so super excited to have you here. Roldan. Thank you, Matt and Ashley. I am glad Perez is listening here live. Yeah. Happy to do your dirty work for you, Roldan. I'm teasing, of course. But this is why we're here. Like, we'll give you our perspective. We're not saying you have to do it and raise your kids that way. It's fine. We'll raise our kids this way, and hopefully they become happy winners. And if not, then I should have listened to somebody else. Way it goes. G Glover, will buying a rental property before your primary hurt your debt to income ratio? No. Nope, because you're going to get income from the rental. So no. Nope. You ideally put off the single family home as long as you possibly can. That's just my belief. My whole program of 4321 is specifically to make sure people are leveraging the opportunity that they have with that debt. 4321, owner occupied, move in. Yeah, we had to move every year for 4 or 5 years. So worth it. We would do it all over again.
Absolutely.
Ashley asked me like a month ago if I would house hack again. I was like, absolutely.
Oh, I knew you would.
Yeah.
I knew when I said it what the answer would be.
Yeah. That's what the answer was.
Especially since if you asked me if you'd want to sell this house, and I was like, oh, we're moving back in.
Yeah. Yeah. G Glover, honestly, you just do the rental thing. Do the rental thing. Do the rental thing. I'm telling you, do the rental thing. You can never go back and get that owner occupied. You have to fight it to go from a single family home to a multifamily. You have to convince the bank that you have some sort of a real reason to go from a single family to a multi. And that's the standard that gets really, really, really tight in bad economies. So if you believe that the economy is going to not be as good a year from now as it is now, which I believe it's going to be worse a year from now than it is right now, you're setting yourself up to not be able to make that jump. That's the thing you have to be the most scared of, is that it's not just, well, it makes sense. They don't care. They don't care. It has to look to them like it makes sense to them. And what makes sense to most underwriters is completely beyond me. So yeah, for what it's worth. Jernil, yep. What do you recommend to get your spouse more involved into the business? I go over the buy box and listing pictures, but she just seems only mildly interested still. You answer that.
Okay. I would say that, I mean, I don't know what your life situation is. One thing that Matt did is he didn't just go over like the paperwork with me, but he made it like a date night thing almost, where we actually drove around and looked at our properties. And we kind of made it like just a routine part of like date night is we would just go take a drive around and talk about life. But as we were doing it, then he would, show me all these different properties and we talk about them. And then it just got kind of interesting. And it was also associated with me as having fun and doing something together, and just spending time together. And so I would say maybe find out what motivates your wife or motivates her to have fun. And if you can find a way to have fun together, you'll be more likely to get invested, I think. Also, there is always going to be, I am less interested than that. Unfortunately, that's the case. I will always be less interested in him. It is his passion. I love it now, but it's not my passion. So I'm always going to be a little less interested when he starts spewing numbers and talking about things like he's super excited about them. I'm like, cool. I also don't fully understand all the numbers all the time. So I'm way better than I was. But when I started, I was like, I don't even freaking know what that means. Like, okay. So I think just finding a way to make it fun makes you more engaged and you learn more and you're willing to like get involved, I think, a lot more. So that'd be my recommendation.
Yeah. So I think that, the other thing too, is it was like, hey, listen, you can go to college, because I put Ashley through college.
Yep.
And so it was, hey, listen, if you're not going to have a job, I need help out with some of the properties because I can't do everything. That was before we had kids. I was like, your job can't just be going to school. And my job is my W-2, taking care of all the tenants, taking care of all the properties, blah, 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 blah. So we had that conversation kind of beforehand, and that's what worked out really well. And so I had to teach her a bunch of different things about taking care of the properties. But the other thing too is it was also talking about, okay, when we buy this, this makes us about $1,000 a month. And yes, after we put the money away to cover vacancy or repairs or whatever it is, we can put some of that money aside and we can actually finally take a decent vacation. Yep. So it was talking about, this gives us the ability to do that. And my normal W-2 job, we could, but it made it kind of hard. It made it more difficult. Yep. So yeah. So I would be having the conversation of, if we just picture, if we had $5,000 more a month and didn't have to work any more hours at our jobs, and 5 years from now, we had $5,000 more a month to spend, what would we do with it? Would we travel more? Would we send our kids to private school? Would we put an addition on our house? And then have the goal, have what you're making the money on from the properties, have that be going, a percentage of it going towards your goal. And you'll be surprised how motivated she'll get to want to do more properties, because she sees then the work, she sees then the goal that you're going to attain and how fast you can attain it. Now, well, if we can do it this fast with 2, well, if we had 5, honey, we could really get there. Yeah, you could. Sure. So that's the process. That's how to get her on board with, what that looks like. And I didn't trick her. I didn't trick Ashley. I was just like, it's just math. Like, if we're doing this much now with these 2, and that I can find other good deals, and you've seen what I can do with these houses, and you see what we get for renters, look at what that translates into for us. The other thing too is we had always talked about, her becoming a stay-at-home mom and being able to stay home with the kids. And that was a big part of it too. And then it was, hey, not to be selfish, but maybe I don't want to work a W-2 job forever either. Is that okay? Like, I don't want to work a W-2 job forever. I'd like to have something else I can go do and have some financial freedom. So it really just talks about, it really just becomes understanding your own the financial goals of you as a couple.
Yeah.
Julie Anderson, not a fan of many going to college. It's such a negative experience for so many. Yep. It's like throwing your kids to the wolves. Yeah, I agree with you, Julie. I think that there's a time and a place for college. I know a lot more people that are miserable about their college debt and experience and what that meant to them in the job force and how disappointed they were than I do people who are like, yeah, college was a great experience. I'm so glad I spent $100,000 on it. I know very, very few that are like, I'm so glad I went to college. In fact, we even hear from people that went to great colleges, like names. We won't name who they are because they know who I am, and, and I'm not going to out them. But people that went to amazing schools that were just like, what a waste of money. They're just like, it looks like a pretty diploma on the wall, but it hasn't ever helped me in life at all. And I could have gotten the same education for 20% the price.
So I'm a nurse with a bachelor's, and so many of those classes that you have to take from because I started off an associate degree nurse and got my bachelor's. All the stuff from the associate's degree is what taught me to be a nurse. All the bachelor classes, dumb. Didn't teach you a freaking thing. It does not make you a better nurse at all. It just was a way to get money for that school. I'm convinced. And I know that there's a lot of general education classes that I took that I'm like, why? But we put our kids through it.
Yeah.
To take Greek philosophy or Greek mythology.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, enjoy that $1,000 bill.
Yeah, it was expensive. So yeah, that's kind of our view on that. But yeah, send your kids to college. We don't care. John, Texas. My lender is telling me I can't use a HELOC for down payment on an investment property. Is that normal? I have seen that. Yep. This is the start of banks tightening. There are banks that will allow it. There are also banks that will not allow it. There is the opportunity where you can get a HELOC. You can exhaust the HELOC, put it in your account. I'm not giving you advice. I'm telling you what I've done in the past. I took out a HELOC on my house. I pulled out all the money and put it into my account. I let it season in my account for 3 months. I then used that money to be the deposit on a property that I bought. And I told my mortgage broker, this is from a HELOC on my house. They didn't seem to care. I don't know if I did anything wrong, so don't sue me, bro. But that's what we did. So that's one of the first signs of tightening is they don't want you pulling equity out of your house and then go buy another property over here. Yeah, seen that. Yep, for sure. Love Life. Cool. Hi, Love Life. We've never had you here. Super excited that you're here. Trying to decide if I want to put a loan on my next property right away or use my HELOC again. The bank I've been working with says it would be 15% down for a single family house. Love Life, is that so I would have questions. So is it it's a single family house? Is it a rental property that you're looking at a single family rental property? Because if that's the case, what I would do is I would shop your bank. is what I would do. Guys, don't be afraid to shop your bank. They're bankers. All right. So we have bankers, some of them that are like family to us. They're not family. They became family because they helped us build our business. Mm-hmm. We have bankers that are transactional. We have bankers that are like family to us. And guess what? We talk to them, the ones that are like family, we talk to them openly. And we say, we're very honest. Hey, listen, this rate sucks. Or this loan to value sucks, or whatever. We'll tell them exactly the way it is. And then they're just like, you know what they say? Listen, we want what's best for you. You're released. Go do whatever you want to go do. Perfect. Awesome. And then we have some that are transactional where it's like, hey, I'm out here shopping because my bank didn't want to give me a good deal. I had 4 mortgages with a bank that I'd been with for, how long were we with them? 10 years?
Oh, yeah, 10, 12.
So we were with them for like 10 or 12 years. And I called them and I said, I want to refinance the 4 deals that I have with you guys. They came back and the best deal that they could give me was a 7-year arm. And I was like, that product sucks. And it was expensive. It was a garbage product. And I was like, you could just tell me you don't want my business. He goes, here's the thing. I want your business, but that's the only product that I have for what you're looking at. I'm like, so you know what I did? I took that to other banks that I have a relationship with. And I said, hey, here's 4 deals. This is what I want to do. I want to do a refi out. I want to do 30-year fix. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. And we came up with a program for those 4 deals. And so what did I do? Took them away from that one bank and gave them to this other bank. Mm-hmm. Now it started off, it was a refi, it was a whole 9 yards, but guess what? I talked all about all of those steps with those banks. And so shop the bank, shop your bank, shop the bank. You know, that's the only advice I can give people. Shop the bank. Do not under any circumstances do a deal and think that that's the only bank that's interested. But have an email describing out what you want to do and then contact multiple banks. Me personally, my favorite bank is banks that have 2 to 7 locations in a service area, generally speaking, a service area, where their local charter, their charters, all of these banks' charters is to invest in the local community. That's what all of these guys are supposed to do. So are they doing their job if they don't give me a loan? No, they shouldn't give me a bad deal, but I'm bringing to them, here's the breakdown of everything I'm trying to accomplish. And you will find a bank that says, you know what? They look at it and say market saturation. They'll look at an area and they say, we have $90 million worth of deals in that area. We are getting top heavy there. We don't want to do that. They diversify just like anybody else. Mm-hmm. We also have found banks that were opening up in a new area. Guess what happened? They were like, yeah, we'll do that deal. Yep, bring it here. Yeah, we'll take it. Really? Mm-hmm. You want more? Yeah. What more do you have? Yeah, absolutely. Because they were opening up shop there and they needed to get their name out there. They needed their sign hitting in people's yards. They needed all of this other sort of stuff. One guy that we worked with was actually opening up a commercial lending division for a bank. Guess what? I did pretty much any deal that made any level of sense on any level. He was like, yep, sure, good. Yep, okay, yep, sure, good. It would send him an email. He's like, yeah, we'll do this deal. Very few caveats. Appraise out, right. That sort of stuff, not debt to income, return on capital yield, doesn't make money, that sort of thing. Rob, thanks, Matt and better half. Got a bail. See you, Rob. Dmitry Gurvich. We have used Fabu wood in our rentals and our personal residence, white shaker style. Pretty good, but always good to have multiple options. Yeah, I've loved their product. I think it's really good. Yep, I've loved their product. If you've bought recently from them, I just saw an inflation charge. What the hell? Yeah, just saw an inflation charge. Kind of crazy. And again, guys, if you're new to the channel, super excited to have you here. If you just click on from watching on YouTube because it came up in your feed, ask questions. We're investors. My name's Matt. Her name's Ashley. We're the Lumberjack Landlords. And we're here to answer your guys' questions for couples, especially because usually there's one person who is killing the success that you can possibly have because they're absolute success and happiness thieves. I'm just kidding.
Ridiculous.
I can say that because she was that. But
Thief.
a thief of our financial freedom.
No. I was more like a speed bump.
Yeah. At 95 miles an hour in a car that's 3 inches off the ground. So yeah, ripped out the entire undercarriage.
Oh, it wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad. No, but
You
it was
just
fun.
like to
So yeah, so if you're
because
just so if you guys are just watching, please feel free, jump, throw stuff in there. So yeah, Fabu with Dimitri, yeah, really good product. Real Career Young Money. I think I know the screen name. I'm not sure if you've been in the channel with us, but love to have you. My wife is watching with me. Very cool. First, she was against real estate. Now she's pretty much for it since she's seen the success over time. Yep. How do you guys now work together on your portfolio? She wants me to say the reason she was against it at first was because I had a flip turn bad. Yeah, lost 10K in 3 months worth of evenings. Yeah, dude. So I get it. Totally get it. That's why burrs in the beginning or flips in the beginning, that is not a beginner's game. I will if you're brand new and you want to flip property that was on market, you're going to lose money. You're going to lose money. Guys like me who know how to make those deals work, we didn't buy it and we could have written a check. Largely speaking, if you're looking at those flip properties, please do not do a flip. Please do not do a flip. Do not do a flip for your first deal. Buy and hold real estate, create value. So Real Career Young Money, I'm so glad your wife is watching with you. We're so happy to have you guys here. We love couples being here. And what's your wife's name? Real Career Young Money. Just first name. So together. I find the deals. I secure financing on the deals. I plan out the construction on the deals and source the materials. And Ashley Moore runs, she runs all the back office book stuff. All of the bills that come into our PO box, she runs through all of those, and she literally comes to me and she goes, all right, I'm writing $11,000 worth of bills this week. Cool. All right, fine. No problem. Thanks for the heads up. Manages the paperwork, manages the bills, manages the PO box. And then we work together when it comes to rents. So I'll monitor the Venmo account, the PayPal account. She'll do checks and money orders like through the mail. Pick up cash. We have some people that pay in cash, so we pick that up. And then she puts the bank deposits together.
We tag team service requests.
Yep. Tag team service requests.
We definitely tag team service requests. We tag team tenant communication, emails to different, I don't know, like different services, different people that we have to email. We tag team emails. So a lot of that stuff, we kind of just, hey, you're busy, you're free. Throw this out, do that.
Yeah. So mostly back office, her.
Deal acquisition, him.
Yeah. And then where like the rent piece comes together, that's where like we get together, or I'll give her an update on a, project or whatever. Hey, this is what we're doing. That sort of thing. Yeah. So that's how we split it up. G Glover. Okay. Thanks. I'm in Cali. I've been looking in Alabama for rentals. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So yeah, the debt makes sense, but when you have the income on the property, that's why you also want to make sure you do good, great deals, not just good deals, but great deals. So yeah, totally. Yeah. Matt Herbert. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Lumberjack, watching tonight with my wife, Laura. Hey, Laura, who is my partner in our REI biz. Awesome. We have 14 units in the Lakes region. Oh, very cool.
Oh, hello.
Hi, guys. So for those of you who don't know, Lakes region is kind of up in the Lake Winnipesaukee. It's a massive, massive, massive lake, and it's beautiful. And you've got some of the most expensive houses in the country are there. In the country, not in the state of New Hampshire, in the country. Some of the largest and most expensive houses are there. There's houses there that are 50 and 60,000 square feet on the lake with like unbelievably prime residence. In fact, the guy who owned, and you guys can correct me too, since you guys probably know this better than I do, the Herberts. The guy who owned the racetrack that had a NASCAR race, I think it was Loudon, right?
Yeah.
Loudon. So Loudon, the guy who owned Loudon Racetrack, he had a house there that was freaking massive. His servants' quarters, where he would have his servants stay, was like a 6,000 square foot home. But that was right up on a hill overlooking the lake. The house was unbelievable.
I'll be a servant for the summer.
Yeah, it was awesome.
You got it.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, very cool. Evolve Properties LLC, colleges 2022, indoctrination farms. Yeah. We won't say much more about that. Jennifer Medina. Hey, Jennifer, it's been a while since we've seen you. Good to have you. So excited to catch this live. Yeah, super pumped to have you here. Hope everyone had a great Christmas. Yes, we did.
Christmas. It was very relaxing.
It was very relaxing. That's the only upside to quarantining because of our daughter's chemo, is the fact that we don't have to go anywhere, and everyone's like, oh, but you should come. Sorry, can't. It's kind of awesome.
It was awesome for him. You loved it.
I did. I very much loved it. Love Life. Yes, my 5th rental. Oh, cool. Very cool. Awesome. Yayomatic. HELOC or cash out refi. They are offering me a refi at 4.124 interest rate. The 4 point for 50K on a rental property. So there's 1,000 things that aren't in your question. But here's what I would tell you, my general rule of thumb. I don't like HELOCs because those are the first thing that disappear when the economy goes poo-poo. I literally had HELOCs open of $120,000 and $75,000. And literally they just sent me an email in the mail, not a phone call, not anything. It was just a regular piece of what looked like junk mail, like a statement where it was like, who cares? It's auto debited every month. I don't care. They shut off my line of credit. They shut it off. They're just like, based on adverse effects in the marketplace, we have shut this line of credit. Well, then guess what happens? If you have a $75,000 line of credit and they shut it down where it's closed, but you still have the $75,000 worth of balance, guess what happens? Let's say you have $500,000 worth of credit or $200,000 worth of credit available based on multiple credit cards or other HELOCs that you have, whatever. When they shut that down to zero, guess what happens? That 75,000 counts against your open lines of credit. That's a closed line of credit. It takes up, it shows like I went to like 98.9% credit utilization.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that was a really bad day. That was really bad. So yeah, so my personal feeling is I don't like HELOCs. I like cash out refis. So yeah, that's good. Matt Herbert, +1 on your college stance. Cool. Saw a great interview with Mike Rowe. Yep. Dirty Jobs. Yep. Where he theorizes that the go to college narrative has devalued the trades, hence shortage on the skilled tradespeople. Yeah. So we actually, yeah. So I think we saw that too, but we actually look at it and we see it where our youngest tradesperson is 33 and he's the son of the plumber that owns the company and brought him in. Mm-hmm. And he didn't want to be a plumber. He wasn't going to be a plumber, but he tried out some other careers. And then he started doing the plumbing thing. He's like, wow, I can actually make really good money doing this. And yes, he can. I just don't understand. I mean, it's beyond me. There's only so many offices where it's a white collar job, just honestly. And it's funny because my plumber won't touch poo. Won't touch poo.
Won't snake a drain.
Won't snake a drain. He won't do any of the gross plumbing stuff. He's like, nope, I don't do that. Call Roto-Rooter. I'm like, dude, I spend like $100,000 a year with you. Nope. Call Roto-Rooter.
So he gets to do all the choice stuff.
Yeah, he gets to do all the fun stuff.
make a mint.
Yeah, makes great money. Now he's worth it, and thankfully, we mean something to him. We're probably his top 5 customer. But yeah, totally agree with you with the trades. That's why for us, there's honor in it. There's satisfaction in it. You can be a great businessman. I mean, we know somebody that started out probably 20 years ago, started out a service company. They started out with 1 truck and literally a couple plumbers. Now they have 150 plumbers. They branched into electricians. Now they have like 90 electricians. They make crazy, ridiculous money, and we don't hang anymore. But they make unbelievable money, and good for them. But oh my goodness, like he's a great businessman, but he built something that people need, and the rates that they charge on principle, I can't call them. They literally are $189 to show up at your door for the first half hour, and then they're $159 an hour after that. So it's $189 for a half hour, and then it starts, and then so it's basically like a $390 rate, $380 rate an hour. So they're $189 for the first half hour and then go from there. It's crazy. But guess what? They continue to grow. They continue to get bigger. It's awesome. So good for them. Janelle Diaz, what techniques do you use in teaching your children to manage finances? That's a great question, Janelle. We had that a little bit earlier. You want something, earn it. The other big piece is that they're on the journey with us. They're in the car with us every weekend. So on Saturdays, we make it a point to go visit properties, see properties, visit job sites that we own. They see that they're growing up around it. My son's 4. He understands that we buy properties, we fix them up and make them nice, and then we rent them out so people have a nice place to live where they can raise their family, and that we get paid to do that, and that we make money doing that. And that's how we pay for the things that we have. So that will be always the premise. Our kids, Samuel has already been on job sites where he's been picking stuff up and putting pieces in the trash and that sort of thing. And he's, like I said, he's 4. In fact, he was doing that when he was 3. Good.
He also, right now, we kind of use stickers as almost
Yes.
like some money where we can see who's a spender and who's a saver. If they work hard the day before and like pick up all their toys and are keeping things clean, then the next day they get a small sheet of stickers. And Bryn will pretty much stick them on anything. And Sam, we've noticed he's a saver and he puts them underneath his pillow so no one can find them. We always know they're there. And so, but when we just teach them, like once they're gone that day, but they also have to work hard to get more. And that's kind of a starting point that we have in our family.
That is a starting point that we do have in our family. So yeah, so we are always watching that for sure. Yep. And yeah, the kids will, the 100% the kids are going to be they're going to be working in the business. Because you're not doing nothing, and they'll do everything in the business. They'll be in the field, and that applies to Samuel, Bryn, and Eliana. They will all be in the field. They're just because of their gender, they're not going to be in the office. I want them to try everything out and see what they're good at and see what they're bad at, and try and minimize the downside risk of the things that they're bad at. And really enjoy the upside and put more and even more effort into the upside to get really good at something. Because I believe in, if you're going to do something, become elite at it. You guys have probably heard me talk about that stuff too. Dawn, hey, good evening, Dawn. Mr. and Mrs., good evening. Real Career Young Monday. Yep. Philip and Leah. Oh, hey guys. Yeah, cool. 11 units. She currently helps with design choices on units. Maybe to do more in the future. Very cool. Is that the bean?
The bean. I'll be back.
That's her normal 9 o'clock wake up. Usually it's just a matter of tending to her for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then she's happy again and then goes back to sleep. Rusley got another question. What annual goals, plans do you discuss together each year? What annual goals, plans would you suggest to new investor couples who bought rentals this year? So we don't just, so here's the goal, here's the goals. Always do great deals. Take care of people. Do the right thing. And it really is that simple for us. We don't have a goal targets. Like I want to get to 50 units or 100 units, or it's more kind of, we recognize, oh, geez, wow, we're kind of close to this threshold. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, sure. I won't do a bad deal to get there, but I'll do a great deal to get there. So it really is, we really dumb it down a lot for me. I'm a ninth grade dropout, like cut me some slack. So we may really make it very easy on ourselves, which is if the market's garbage, I'm not going to be doing deals just to get to a number. So it really comes down to one thing and one thing only: do great deals. And the second piece is treat people right, treat tenants right, treat our contractors right. And always be looking to improve. Always be looking to improve. The amount of real estate information that I watch would blow your minds. And it's because I want to learn to stay elite. This is a constant ongoing thing, right? So I talk to my banker 2 or 3 times a week. I talk to my top couple brokers every couple of days. Wholesalers, same thing. The top kind of group. Staying in contact with people, reminding them, hey, yeah, I got a project over here that I'm finishing up. Would love to, do my next one. Let me know what you guys got coming up. That sort of thing. So yeah, so if you guys bought rentals this year, my recommendation would be looking for great deals, be creating capital, storing away capital, don't let expenses get nuts. And then age your properties properly. And when I say age them, what you really need to make sure is that you really get your property dialed in. So we had one year where we had bought a bunch of properties, maybe 4 or 5. Actually, it wasn't a bunch, it was 4 or 5. And we found out that 3 out of the 5 had problems with freezing pipes. And how we found that out? A wicked cold snap the same week. And we had 3 different ones that had frozen pipes. So that's what I would encourage folks to say, get those dialed in, because you don't want to get over your skis and have not enough money to be able to fix those up. So yeah, those are my 3 main goals that we always focus on, and they're kind of evergreen goals, which is only great deals, treat people right, and continue to do the work on a consistent basis so you never get out of that practice, but you also always know, what's going on in your market and kind of generally speaking in the world. So yeah, G Dirt. Hi, G Dirt. I don't think I've seen your name before, so super excited to have you here. Just wanted to say I appreciate the channel. Hey, I'm glad. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lumberjack, forgot to put that part in. That's all right, Don. Russell Lee, yes. So I already answered that question. Sorry, head jumped around on me. I apologize, guys. Betta, hi, Matt and Ashley. I hope you're happy to hear your daughter's doing well. Thank you. I will make sure to reread that when Ashley's here. Laura Herbert, 22. Hey, Laura, owner of Loudon Racetrack. We think that house sold for 40 million. Yes, that's the one. Yeah. $40 million for one house. So if you guys watch like New York Listing, so Ryan Serhant is actually from New Hampshire. For those of you who don't know, he's a New Hampshire guy. So Ryan Serhant and Frederick and those guys and Luis for a number of years. So think about the deals that you see in New York City and some of the most exclusive deals in the country. And they're talking about $20 and $30 million condos that are just, crazy nuts. This house was $40 million. It was killer. It was killer. And there's a bunch of stuff like that on the lake. There is. So Lakes region is very cool. We just won't invest that far away from home. So don't worry, Herberts, you're safe. Not that you need to be safe from me, but yeah, We love that area, but only for a visit. We actually have something on a lake for closer down to us. We like to say, actually, they're probably the Herbert's customers, the mass holes. And I say that lovingly. I was actually born in Mass. I just live here. So it's funny. Yeah, 40 million. That's right, Laura. Yeah, crazy. And there's other stuff. There's another one up there. I thought there was another one up there too that was like 40 or 50 million or 50 or 60 million, like something up there. I think there was another one up there that was crazy like that too. But yeah, all sorts of cool stuff like that. So yeah, Dion talk financial freedom. Every time you hit the like button, Santa Free's an elf. Hey, thanks, Dion. Yeah, hit that like button. Hey, if this stuff is valuable to you, hit the like button. If it's not valuable to you, go watch a crash video on another channel and learn nothing. Oh, somebody just left. That's awesome. Perfect timing. But Phil Nealand. Hey, Phil, good to have you here. I hope the elf I freed wears flannel. Great channel. Hey, thanks, Phil. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh man, I love my flannel. I'll know I made it when I get a sponsorship from one of the companies I wear their clothes. Duluth. I love that's my favorite. That's my favorite clothing line, not LL Bean. LL Bean's in Maine, but man, I love my Duluth clothes. Holy cow. Literally for me, my entire year budget on clothes, you guys are gonna make fun of me. My entire year budget on clothes is $500. And that's what I do. Yeah. I buy $500 worth of Duluth clothes every year. That's my entire budget for clothes, which if you've ever seen them is not that many pieces of clothing. Like I love their overalls. Oh, they're so good. I'll probably wear some of those like next week, but yeah, their overalls are freaking the nuts. They're the best. Love that stuff. Love that stuff. Yeah. Cool. All right. Back to more questions. So yeah, if you like this stuff, hit the like button. If you don't like it, go watch a crash video. Let's see. Hey, JC Blast. Good to see you. Howdy. I know that you're a returning guest, so super excited to have you here. Evolved Properties LLC. We've taught our 7 and 9-year-old that assets put money in your pocket and liabilities take money out of your pocket. I like that. Keep it simple like that is surprisingly effective even at their ages. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Yeah, I mean, the core thing that I'm really focused on with our kids now is really focusing on do nothing, get nothing. Yeah. Do nothing, get nothing. You know, you want something, you need to go earn it. You want to earn something. I mean, yeah, we talk a lot about that stuff and we want to see it. We want to see the action of our children. You know, we want to see them doing the work. And they see dad doing the work, right? It's the best thing that we can do as an example is just do the work. That's it. So that's what we do. We do the work. Evolved Properties. Oh no, I already did that one. Sorry. Michael Von Newport. Hey, Michael. I don't think I've seen your name on here. So super excited to have you. Generational knowledge equals generational wealth, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I talked about it today on, I think it was Mike's channel. You'll see those videos today, but basically it's one of the things that we talk about. My name was nothing. My name was nothing important. We weren't a family of anything. We weren't a family of means. We were low middle class. And that was it. No one knew us. No one knew what we were, who we were. We weren't movers and shakers in the business community. We had no political aspirations. And now we are. But that came through 20 years of people seeing my name. So like most or a lot of the bigger realtors around here, they know who I am. The cities that I do business in, they all know who I am. In fact, there was a problem on one of my properties and it was somebody walked into the code enforcement director's office and they were like, yeah, we got a problem at this property. He goes, hold on a second. He looked it up and he's like, oh yeah, I know this guy. He literally called me right then and there from his cell to my cell. Hey, you got a problem at your property. That was awesome. I was like, thank you so much for calling me. It was a leak. It was a leak. And he was like, it's pouring out 100 feet off the back of your house. I'm like, that's a problem. So yeah, we got that fixed, but we got that fixed and turned around that day. So he knew that he could count on me to address the problem quickly, but I was nobody special. I'm nobody special, but he knew me. And so that's where I always talk about your network, your network being your net worth. Can't say it enough. Matt Herbert, curious what SaaS rental management softwares you were evaluating. I tried naming the ones we've used, but my post keeps disappearing. Oh, interesting. I'd like to know which ones. Put one in there. And don't do a .com or anything like that. Like just put the name in there. I really want to see what you guys evaluated. Even, yeah, I really want to see what you guys even, yeah. So try just putting one in there. I really want to see that. Journal Diaz, what are some good examples of value adds to increase rents in single family homes? So I'm not the right one to ask about that. Mike Zuber is. I believe how he answers that is a fence, I think is what he talks about most often. He doesn't talk about kitchens and baths. He talks about fences, garages, yard. I think those are his top three. And Dion, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those are his top three. Clearly the bean is okay.
Just hungry.
Betta said, hold on, let me just roll up here. She said, happy to hear our daughter is doing well. Yes, we are too. Very much so. Very much so. Yeah, so she's doing really well. Thanks for asking. Let's see. So Matt Herbert's going to try and tell some of the names of the people he evaluated. We will share the names of who we evaluated. We won't tell you who the winner is yet. So the ones that we evaluated Hemlane. We evaluated Appfolio, Door Loop.
Simply EM or Simply EF or something like that. Buildium.
Yep.
And we have one more demo tomorrow with Yardy Breeze.
Rent Ready. Yeah, I don't know about Rent. So I've seen Rent Ready. Yeah. Yeah, we'll disclose who we're going to go with next week. It was a big decision for us because it's a ton of time, money, effort, energy to get everything in there and set up the processes all around everything.
Discussion went into that.
Yeah, a lot of discussion. Yayomatic, I just saw what you posted there. Yeah, adding a room. So if you have a big, huge room that's like 24 by 14, make it a 12 by 14s. That's going to be the biggest thing. Mike's strategy for a number of years was buy 2 bedrooms and make them 3 bedrooms. So he just had to hope he had enough square footage. That was something I did as well. Tenant cloud. So, so Matt, I don't, so Matt Herbert, no offense. The stuff that you mentioned there is for smaller unit count. The stuff that we're doing is kind of, we're on the low side at 100 units as far as like their customers, because we want to grow. And so we're picking something that we never have to get out of, because I don't want to be a landlord with 200 units in a software that was meant to have 100 or 75. So that was part of our evaluation. Yeah, for sure. We wanted to make sure that we don't mind paying even a little bit more money now. It's fine, but that was, yeah, that's what we did. That's what we did. So yeah, and so yes, Journey L, yeah, add additional rooms, yard, garages, and bedrooms. Where do you find wholesalers and build relationships with them so they can send your deals your way? That's a great question. There's a bunch of companies. There's a bunch of companies that will, so you can look up online. They, excuse me, you look up online, they will share you will see companies that sell franchises for wholesaling. What you do is you find out if the one for your area or for the areas that you're watching, if that has been sold yet, or you even just look on their website and you can usually find who the contact is. And then you just reach out to them and then you tell them what your buy box is. So, yep, that's what you do. I've had personal conversations with a number of them, and they rarely put stuff in, rarely put stuff in my region out there. The Seacoast is a little out of our range. Yeah, cool. Appreciate that. Who would have known that there'd be actually regions within New Hampshire where people won't travel to invest? It's such a small state. But yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank God. So thank God we don't have to worry about the Herberts. Abdul Mateen Sadef, good evening. Thank you for giving your time and knowledge. Abdul, thanks very much. Good to have you back. Michael Von Newport, $500 in DTC clothes. Yep, is like 2 shirts and a pair of fire hose pants. Truthfully. But like you said, fortunately they last years. Like I have my original Duluth pants before they were big, like maybe 10 years.
You've had them forever.
Yeah, probably like 10 years, 12 years. They have some, some wear and tear in them, but they're not ripped or torn open. And yeah, love their product. It's really good. Yeah. So Yep. Love it. So yeah, Michael Von Newport, you are dead on. Michael Diaono, what accounting software do you use to keep track of your rental properties? So Matthew, I said Michael. So Matthew, we are talking about, we are going to make a selection. We're going to announce it next week. And we looked at Hemlane. Actually, just rewind it. I can't remember all of them, but we looked at 6 or 7 of them. But if you roll back in this, we did cover the ones that we did probably in the last 20 minutes. And yeah.
Currently I use a free software that just isn't cutting it.
Yeah. We have, we kind of came up with, so here's what I would tell you for evaluation purposes. I came up with 5 workflows between myself and Ashley that we do kind of on a daily. Based on those 5 workflows, we then judge the applications to those 5 workflows and then said, okay, what are you known for? Tell us the really cool stuff about you. All right, cool. That's awesome. Now here's the 5 workflows. I want you to show me how they work in your system. That's what matters. I don't care if it's a great fit for somebody with 14 units or 1,400 units. I want something that enables my process. That's what I care about. Yeah. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, Brett Sweeney. Good to have you here, Brett. Howdy. I think that's the first time I've seen your name. Super excited to have you here. Matt Herbert, formerly Cozy, but out by apartments, Blot Dom. Yep. Also valuing rent ready. Yep. Yep. Yayomatic, adding rooms will add value. Yes, 100%. That's the best. Matt Herbert also looked at Tenant Cloud. Yep. Okay. Matt, did you Matt, did you go to school for IT? No. So Betta, for those of you who don't know my background, I'm a 9th grade dropout. So I did not finish the 9th grade. That's me in a nutshell. Didn't finish the 9th grade. Definitely didn't go to college. And my favorite question asked in an interview is, what do I think about, where on your resume is your education? And I was like, I don't have any education to speak of. They're like, well, do you think it's going to be a problem having, working with people from college? And I was like, I've not had any issue with people that went to college working for me. Sometimes they have an issue with it, but I don't. I got a VP at Oracle to laugh himself off his seat with that. He cracked up. He goes, so I won that job they said they had over 1,100 applicants for that job, and I won that job. And then I turned him down. It's kind of fun. And no, I didn't do it just to see if I could get them to go out with me. I actually was legitimately interested in the job. And then it was just like, Ashley and I talked about it, we prayed about it. We're just like, nope, we can go there, but I don't think that that's the fit. So that's what happened. So Betta, thanks for the question, but yeah, nothing. Yeah. No,
You're just
Nope.
real good on the computer.
Not even actually. I'll watch a YouTube video on how to do it. I'll watch 3 or 4 of them, then I can pull pieces from it and then kind of put it together. So
Sorry, pouring water. Wow. It's cold.
awesome. Live TV. Let's see. So what else? Julie Anderson, it's time you two start writing a book on parenting. You have great ideas and methods. Yeah, I had no idea how to educate my children in life practicality, even though I was a great parent. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm working on a book. It definitely will cover some of the kids in that for sure. Without a doubt, we'll definitely cover some kid stuff in there. But yeah, I appreciate you saying so, Julie. Yeah, I'm by no means everyone's cup of tea, but whatever. She's the nice one.
It's true.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's true.
That's why it's like funny when somebody was trashing me on notes on my channel on a video that I did. And he's like, yeah, I clearly know people like your ideas. I was like, I don't think that's so much it. I said, I do it to save myself time because I don't want to have to tell 300 people how to raise rents or how to, do a project. So if I record one video, I can send that link out to my friends that bother and waste my time with their questions. I'm like, if only there were a channel out there that covered all this stuff, and only if it was somebody that you knew and you trusted. Wait a second, wait a tick, and I'll send them the link and then they'll watch it off there. And I'm like, listen, if you have questions after you watch the 20-minute video, yeah, sure, we'll talk. But yeah, right now it's that in vogue thing. So it's kind of like it was before the dot bomb back in early 2000, where everybody talked about their stock portfolio. That's still that way now. But then it was all about the different tech stocks. And that's what every conversation revolved around. And yeah, whatever. And so now every single time I'm in that conversation, now it's all about real estate. I'm just like, oh, so what do you think about that? And I was like, you can pay me for some consulting if you'd like. They're like, I'm not paying you. I was like, then I'm not telling you. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. So yeah, we just laugh about that stuff. But yeah, thank you for the compliment, Julie. Michael Von Newport, I've followed TTAOFI for a few months and am working through Zuber's program. Cool. I can't tell you how much the work and insight the 3 of you guys give away is appreciated. Michael, you are very welcome. I appreciate, as one of those content creators, I appreciate that you're doing the work and that it's helping you. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yep. That's what gets me excited. Matt Herbert, yeah, makes sense. At 14 units, platforms like Buildium were too much overhead for us. Yeah, way too much. Buildium was too much overhead for us. And we've got 100 units or about 100 units. So Buildium was way too nuts for us. The ones that are in the lead for us are Appfolio and Doorloop. Those are the ones that are in the lead. They had, they made managing the properties a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
Both of them. Yep. Both really strong. So Appfolio and Doorloop. Doorloop is newer. Appfolio is a public company. Doorloop is a newer venture cap backed, pretty sexy technology. But each side had kind of its pros and cons based on what we saw in the demos and what we played around with it.
Appfolio, it's definitely though for as you get larger though, not for small unit count.
Well, so yeah, I mean, so is Doorloop. Doorloop has some smaller customers,
Doorloop's prices scale down though.
Yeah.
Appfolio has a minimum.
Yeah, Appfolio has a minimum. What is it? $280 a month. Yeah, so they're $280 a month,
like
period.
Units you're paying for.
Yeah, well, so the price doesn't change until you hit 200 units. Yeah. So that's basically $140 a unit per month. So yeah. Dax Victorino Films. Hey Dax, thanks for coming to the channel. So psyched you're here. Hey guys, we bought 2 single-family homes and both are zoned as MUD. We're thinking of building a 2 beds, 1 bath property for each. MUD. You need to tell me what MUD means, because that's and what state you're in, because I'd like to know what MUD stands for. Multiple use development, maybe. I don't know. Let me know. What's the wholesale company name? I don't, there were two, I only deal with local guys, that are like, that aren't with those big chains. You'd have to look them up. One of them was on Zuber's channel, but look up national, wholesaling companies. And look, you can also look up national wholesaling companies that franchise. Just look at that. Just look at that one. There's one company out there that I hate, and it's because they lie. They flat out lie. I've gone into deals, off market deals against them, and they flat out lie. That guy that represents them in my territory, he better pray I never run into him, because he's a piece of garbage. He flat out lied to like 2 or 3 people in a row. And so a couple of the next one, I got to them first, and I told him, I said, listen, this is what this guy's going to say. Here's what he's going to do. This, that, and the other. Guess what happened? He did all of those things and he lost the deal to me. So yeah, don't lie. Be honest. Yep. Be honest. Yeah. So Jernil Diaz, have to head out. Really admire and appreciate both of you and your time. You're very welcome. Knowledge, generosity to give back. Happy New Year. Hey, Jernil, you too. Happy New Year to you too. Thanks, Jernil. Okay. All right. We're almost caught up on questions. We're doing all right. Dawn. Yep. What goals have you set for this new year? So Dawn, really the only goals that we've set for this year is, we talked about a little bit, and I probably said it before you or after you asked it. Great deals, take care of people, and make sure that we're doing the work, and that we're always trying to get better. It's really doesn't get any more complicated than that for us.
Yeah, we're not huge, like crazy goal setters at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, our goal isn't to get to 150 units and do bad deals. Our goal isn't to get to, our goal is keep doing good deals. Do great deals, create relationships, help people, do that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's our hope. Yep, that's our goal. And teach our kids through the process.
I have a couple books that I want to get through for this year. So I've set out a book list that I want to get through this year.
I don't read. So
you do, but just not like paper books.
I don't read paper books.
You read online.
The last book I read was One Rental at a Time. I read it this year.
And before that,
Good Sport, Bad Sport. Second grade book report.
Middle school.
Yeah, literally. Yep, true story. Dax Victorino Fields, not sure how much would that cost. Our contractor said it would be around 150 to 200K range. Should we do this or just invest our money to get more properties since the rates are low at the moment? So great question. Great question, guys. So here's what I would tell you. If I'm in your shoes, I would not be building right now. In fact, I'm not building right now. So I won't build anything right now. Product, labor, timelines, banks. There's 1,000 reasons to not build right now. I would not. That's me. In our business, I'm not going to build. Unless building, so Dawn can speak to this, unless building is just as expensive or buying property is as expensive as building, then I would consider building. Outside of that, no building. Nope. No building. Russ Lee, thank you for being my YouTube University of Professors tonight. Russ, you are more than welcome. Happy to do it. Keith Hager, 2 things in life you don't cheap out on: your shoes and your mattress. Yes. Yep, that's true. Funny that you say that. We have Sleep Number beds. And it's because she's a nurse and Sleep Number is really smart, and they give back to the community, and they give us great pricing because she's a nurse. So yes, Sleep Number beds.
And they're great.
And yeah, they're great. They're great. We haven't seen anything that rivals them. So it's been good. But yeah, I agree, Keith. Matt Herbert, did you look into Latchel at all as a maintenance service? Looks really interesting to me, but they only work with bigger unit counts, 75 minimum, I think. So I don't want a maintenance service because I want guys that are local to me. And I don't like services like that. Quite frankly, in the next year and a half, I will probably open up my own property management company when I retire from my W-2 job, just as something to kind of keep busy and keep doing. But because, my motto will be for landlords by landlords. That's who I care about. That's what I am. That's what I know about. So what do we hate? We hate the excuses that we hear from these guys. We hate the the no shows. And I believe that I can replicate that. I'm a business guy. I've built tons of brands, a lot like Mike, 0 to 100 million. My specialty was more going in and fixing brands. So brand that already existed that they needed to fix, and they needed to fix the process around it and what they were telling the market and that sort of stuff. That was kind of my background. And so, yeah, for us right now speaking, yeah, we probably, we wouldn't use anything kind of outside of that. Yeah. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, those services, I get what they're going to do there, but that would be, you'd be paying retail for everything. And I don't pay retail for anything. So I want to be able to not have a business making money off the guys that I'm putting on site to places. And I want to have my own process that I put them through, and I understand, how many times I've been told, yeah, this guy does really well at that. I see the work and I'm like, this is crap. This is garbage. Rip it all down, start over. So yeah, that's my take on that. But yeah, always appreciate the ideas, Matt. Always appreciate the ideas. Janet Santiago, how are you? Happy New Year. We're great. Thanks, Janet. If you just jumped on, because I know you're working crazy amount of overtime right now, Eliana's doing great. She did a round of chemo on Monday. Today she did a blood infusion. And then this coming Monday, Tuesday, she actually goes in for scans and chemo treatment on Tuesday.
Yep.
And then we get a break for 6 days. And then
5 days.
then the big 5 day. 5 days are tough.
That cycle is a tough cycle.
That's a tough cycle because it's a ton of chemo, a bunch of different kinds. Ash in the hospital alone, quarantine, me at the house quarantine with the kids. And yeah, we go for drives, but it's still just not the same as going out to eat for sure. Deanna Amy, LOL, I never throw clothes away. My wife raids my closet every year. I also love overalls. I put on a suit every day and I don't miss, I used to put on a suit every day and I don't miss it. Happier with my jeans and t-shirts. Yeah. So what was really funny is I used to wear a suit every single day when I was a rep. In the office, driving just outside of Boston every single day. That sucked. And so when I got to that point, I think I got rid of all of my suits. I think I got rid of all of my suits but one. And then when I went back to that suit, probably 10 years later, I was like, yeah, that doesn't fit. So I had to buy a couple more suits, and I have a couple suits, but that's it. A couple suits that I put together strategically so I can kind of make it look like it's 6 different suits. But that's about it right now. So yeah, totally get that. I'm with you. I'm with my Duluth pants and my fire hose pants and my t-shirts. And usually my t-shirts are from one of the companies that I own. Like this one, retro Brit cycle. Keith Hager, we own rentals now at 69. Cool. We flip one a year. Yep, that's right. I remember that. For supplement to travel. I love that. We'll leave to the children and children's children. Yep. One at a time works. Totally agree with you. That's awesome. Yeah. Generational wealth. Keith, I love it. 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 If only people knew, right? If only people knew that that's the kind of legacy that you can establish for your family. That's where I want to see people thinking, not just about, it can be about your financial future, but imagine the trajectory that you can change your kids' lives forever. And obviously have to keep them, not turning into a-holes. Jan Santiago, Matt, what will be the best advice to achieve financial freedom for 2022? You have inspired me a lot. Thank you. Cheers to your wife. Hello from Los Angeles. I think just doing great deals. I think that's the only thing. I don't think it's, so I think that's tough to do, Janet, from a 1 year perspective, because I don't think you can create financial freedom in a year. Financial freedom really can come in 8 to 10 years. I mean, if you look at Mike, Mike was really kind of financially free after about 15 years. It was about the same for us too. And that was with having a decent lifestyle. That was not like living tight. Dion did it faster. Dion did it in like, I think 8 or 10 years. Or maybe his was just financial independence, but now he's financially free. But still, he's only done it like I think he's 10 or 12 years into it. So
great deals, never a bad time to look at where you can cut costs. And
yep. Yeah, do great deals, and always be educating yourself, always be watching, always be learning. I watched Mike for I think maybe a month. He had like 2,000 subs. He was only a tiny bit bigger than we are right now. And so he only had like 2,000 subs when I started watching him, maybe 3,000. So just listen, watch, try to understand, learn, ask questions, live streams. Actually, live streams for me were Dion's idea. He's like, you should do a live stream. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I was like, all right. So yeah, you guys watch the live stream because it was Dion's idea. So well done, Dion. So Janet, the best advice I can give you is do great deals. And if you're getting frustrated because you're not finding the deal, keep on working, keep on plugging, keep on grinding. You'll get there. You'll get that deal. You really will. It always eventually ends up happening. And then Happy New Year, best wishes, all the best wishes. Thanks, Janet. You too. Abdul Mateen Sadef, question for Mrs. Lumberjack. At what point were you 100% on board with the real estate investing? How did that process go from dipping your toes in the water to diving in?
How long did it take? I would say maybe it took like a full 5 years.
Yeah, 5 or 6. Yeah, I'd say that.
I would say like a full 5 or 6 years. And then and how'd that process go from dipping your toes in? Well, I was married to him, and we were going to just do deals. So as far as, I would say that the process really for me started off like just being immersed. He did so much of the work, and then realizing I needed to pick up some work in the properties. I stopped my dinky W-2 job as a secretary or whatever, and a receptionist. That's what I was. And then I started doing work on the property. So then I started having more buy-in, more investment, and started understanding the buildings a little bit more, because as time goes on, you just pick things up, and then things didn't bother me as much, like tenants, and we did good deals. And then I started seeing the benefits of it. And I think just one day you just start realizing that you're on board, and like you're excited about the next deal, or you see a property and you're just kind of, I don't know if it was necessarily this aha where I'm like, okay, now I'm on board. It's just over the years, you just being immersed in it and kind of working it and doing it as a team, you just kind of realize like, oh, I see this house, and you bring a house and you're like, oh, I'm actually kind of excited about this house, and this is great. And it just kind of happened.
It was because she got physically invested.
Yeah.
Physically invested. She would do restarts. She would do door lock changes. She would do changing outlets, changing faucets.
Yep. Faucets. Yep. I replumbed a few sinks, like under cabinet sink leaks. I can redo those. Did a few of those.
So yeah, she became
all our tenant cleanouts.
Yep. Tenant cleanouts. There was some, she did painting for a while. Yep. Like, yeah, she was a hard worker. And yeah, in the beginning, she really wasn't willing to do it. And I'm like, I can't do it all by myself. And we had a very real conversation about our marriage at that point. And I was just like, I'm not going to do this by myself and then us reap all the benefits. Like, you're going to have to, I don't ask you to make as much money as I do, but I do expect equal sacrifice. And if you don't want to be on board, okay, then I'll find somebody that wants to be on board.
Mhm.
I think that we're supposed to be together. I think that you're supposed to help do this. I don't understand what the gap is, but it can't be, I'm going to do all the work and you're going to get just as much benefit out of this as I do, because I already work 70 hours a week in my W-2 job. And then at nights too. And it was like, that was a crash course for our marriage, where it would have been like, her sitting at home or sleeping or napping or even studying. And it was like, that was for a season, and so, but it was always communicated and discussed and having the tough conversation. And so it wasn't like dying inside and getting to the point where like our marriage was dead and then we had to try and rescue a dead marriage. Thankfully. Yeah. So, Jason Hamilton, how are you getting 30-year fixed on commercial loans? That's a great question. Because I'm awesome. Teasing. So you can get 30-year fixed rate loans if it's an investment property through non-QM lenders. Steve Dow Velocity Mortgage, Lima One Capital is another one that I've talked to. For me, this is why I like smaller banks. You can work with them to create a program once you get big enough. So it took me getting to 30, 28 or 30 to then have the conversation with someone and say, okay. And it was a very articulate email, if I do say so myself, for a 9th grade dropout. And it was, here's the book of business that I have with you. Here's where I'm taking my business. You guys don't want to do these kind of loans. So because of that, I want to work with you to create some sort of a product where I can keep my business with you. Or even though I love you, I love doing business with you. We have a great relationship. You love my business plan. I got to go somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And they were awesome. They've become friends, but they created a program. It's a very niche product. But they were like, if you hit these criteria, we'll be able to do that for you. And so now I get 30-year fixed rate debt, and they have a calculation. It's like, not LIBOR. It's something. They have some calculation where I can basically figure out what the rate's going to be. And so then I just watch that, because that's how they calculate the rate. That's it. That's how I get it, Jason. Jennifer Medina, thanks for all the wisdom. What work boots do you wear to keep your feet warm and dry in the field? Jennifer Medina, you always ask good questions. I love Jennifer's questions. It's so funny. She always asks questions that, they're so good every time. And it's like, I shouldn't be blown away by that question, but no one's ever asked that question.
No one. In
fact, Jennifer Medina, you just won a book set. Hold on. Where do I have a pen? Jennifer Medina, remind me. Jennifer Medina book set for One Rental at a Time, his books. I'll tell him tomorrow to send you those books. So lumberjacklandlord@gmail.com, lumberjacklandlord@gmail.com. Send me an email. I'll make sure you get a copy of Mike's 2 most recent books. So what are those boots? Oh, Under Armour. Aren't those Under Armour boots? I think so. I think they're Under Armour boots. Yeah. The boots, the camouflage ones. Yeah, they're Under Armour boots.
You think I know the brand?
It's all over it. So yeah, Under Armour boots. Those they were like Duck Hunters or something like that. Those were really good. They're insulated on the inside. They're waterproof. What's that? Yeah, they're waterproof up to like 2 or 3 inches. But yeah, those have been really, really good. And we've had flooded like crawl spaces and flooded basements before. And so we just use an actual pair of fishing waders that just come up to here on you. So we've done that before in the past too. So yeah.
I love my waders.
Yeah, those are awesome. So yeah, that's a great question. With interest rates set to go up, do you think it will be harder to find cash flowing assets? No, it's going to be where you'll start to see it impact is it will start to get tighter margin. But like I said, my last 7 deals have opened 20% or over. In fact, I talked about one on my video with Mike today. And I actually talked about it on my live stream on Sunday. 46.8% is my return on capital. So I don't think it will. I mean, it will, but better way of saying this. Yes, it will, but that's where you have to look at the different asset classes in your market. Single family homes have not made sense for me in my market since 2015. They haven't made sense. They haven't made sense. And even in 2015, it was still super tight. It was really tight. So yeah, nothing like that for sure. All right. Don, my cost coming in at 110 a foot. That's awesome, Don. That's killer. I wish I could do that. I would be building. Yeah. Here we're like, let's say you take out a builder's, 10% or 15% that they probably make on a house. So just take that right out of the square footage price. We're 285 a foot. Because retail here is, 335 to 365 a foot. It's tough. Dax, Victorino Films. Thanks for taking the time to answer our questions, you two. Happy New Year and wishing you all the best. Hey, thanks, Dax. Appreciate that. Make sure to come back. We're here every Thursday, 8 p.m. and Sunday mornings, 11:30 Eastern time. Michael Von Newport, good question, Abdul Mateen. Additionally, do you guys have any specific division of labor or do you take things on piece by piece? Yeah. Yep. So division of labor, yes. Yeah. Just because it's physical doesn't mean I do it. Just because it's paperwork doesn't mean she does it. Mm-hmm. It really truly is next man up. We got to get it done. So who's available? I've got a W-2 job. But she's also watching 3 kids. So it's really who can kind of squeeze it into their day. Majority of, I'd say pretty much all of it's her, unless it's something that can, get to the end of the day. Mm-hmm. What's really nice about my job is I work from home. And so I'll come out and I'll spend lunch with my kids. So I really love that, being able to spend time with Ashley and the kids during lunch. And so we'll talk about it then, but usually lunch for me is a working lunch. So I get time with the kids, but the kids are constantly hearing about this stuff at the table. Yeah. So that's what I'm really excited about for kind of their life and moving forward. Matic, Matt, what W-2 do you have? I am a executive in a software company. I worked my way up from being a telemarketer 24 years ago, and now I am an executive in a software company. So much fun. Michael Von Newport, I didn't know about the Sleep Number discount for nurses. Thank you for your work, Mrs. Lumberjack. I'm an ICU nurse. Awesome. So yeah, Sleep Number, what is it, like 10 or 20%?
So they have changed it. Okay. Where it's a couple times a year, so you can sign up for them to send you the promotion, but multiple times a year they send out, and I think it's even a 20% discount. One point it was, it was 20% discount. Yep. Also their Memorial Day sale was really amazing. So if you're waiting for a little bit, I know that's a while away, but so they have really great sales, as well as the nurses discount was 20%. They do a few times a year. Yes. And they also, the other thing to watch out for on Sleep Number beds is they will do like some sort of a anniversary bed or a commemorative bed. Yeah. And it's a way for them to not diminish their brand, but still put a great bed out there for a price where they just try to, push product out. And we've usually watched for that. And that happens every couple of years. And it's been awesome. Like, yeah, I mean, you can get the same caliber bed for probably 40% less than what their normal model is, because it's some commemorative special bed. And we've bought that bed like what? Twice, 2 out of 3 times. So 2 out of the 3 of the beds we bought that bed. We have multiple sleep numbers. Yes, yeah. Well, what we do is they come out with some new technology, and then we're like, okay, we'll put that one in the guest room, or that sort of thing. So that's kind of that's kind of how we've done it. Jan Santiago, God blessed her. Yes, I agree. God bless me. So we're very, very blessed. Matt Herbert, just FYI, Latchel is more of a phone screening. Okay, phone screening company. Okay. They will coordinate maintenance requests with your contractors, but if you start a management company, let me know. I'd be interested. Sure. Yeah, we definitely will. Yeah, we're going to start. So I believe in the
concept of eating your own dog food. So I want to see how bad we suck. Like I've run my company now for 20 years, Ashley and I have, well, I've run it for over 20. She's been with me. We've been together for 16 and she's really played a kind of an active role over the last 10 years. And so as we go through that process, we're going to see we have great process in place. What we needed was software that could support those great processes, because then it means you get there consistently. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what the hope is. Hope is for. Yeah. And yes, I will. Matt Wilson, what's the secret to beard length? I'm struggling. Kids pulling on it.
No, he just has the beard genetics.
Yeah, I wash it, I comb through it, and so you always get those like split end. I'll get split ends in my beard. So yeah, just comb through it, get those split ends out. And then I also also trim it. So I'll shape it a little bit. That's the best I can help you with, man. I don't use any sort of and I don't use any beard oil or anything like that. So yeah, just comb through it with a fine tooth comb, gets rid of the split ends, and shaping it. And again, cutting when you're also shaping and cutting it, it'll create growth. Yep, there you go. Ta-da. And you'll see me do this a lot. It's to try and pull any hairs out too that don't belong and would bring weakness to the beard. That's all I know. Sorry, Matt Wilson. Hey, Matt Wilson, I don't know who you are, but super excited that you're here. Appreciate you coming along. Lionel Gann. Lionel, new to us as well. Should I go with a 5-year fixed rate or a 3-year bridge loan adjustable LIBOR for 7-unit apartments? Lionel, I would not do an adjustable rate now at all. That's me from my business. I like to sleep at night. I believe that rates are going up significantly in the coming years. I think that it could look like the 70s. So in my opinion, what I believe is the best option is always 30-year fixed rate debt. Even if I'm paying a little bit more, I'd rather have 30-year fixed rate debt. So I want 30-year fixed rate debt. Every single time I go and do a deal, if it's a true commercial property, I'm still looking at a non-QM lender. Non-QM lenders became more of a thing for me in the last year or so. So the other large deals that I did, my only option was traditional banking. So I have 3 real commercial deals, and those are the ones that concern me the most because I don't have interest rate protection there. Let's see. Keith Hager, let your wife make the deposits as you grow. Oh yeah, she makes the deposits. Yep, she makes almost all. In fact, that's one thing that we do every Saturday. That's one thing we do with the kids every Saturday. Yep, we do it a few times a week in the beginning of the month, and then there's maybe some stragglers. But we do that with the kids. She does that with the kids multiple times the first week of the month. And then that first Saturday we go together. And then that second Saturday, hopefully there's usually not too much, but there's always something. But we'll do that again. The bank knows all my kids. We have relationship with our even tellers. And I say even tellers because I think a lot of times people are disrespectful to tellers. We know all of the tellers' names that we work with. We are truly part of our local community bank, and we want them to know that we're a part of theirs. So yeah, we will always do that. And like I said, our kids know all their names. They know all of our kids' names. And there's probably 5 tellers there. So they know all of us, but we're in there that often, and our kids love lollipops. Don't worry, Eliana's not getting lollipops. But the other 2 are. And yes, we make sure to take care of their teeth as well. So yeah, so Keith, great point. But yeah, we already do that. And then we go again as a family together on Saturdays. Matt Herbert, can you share your lender with me? We have tapped out our 10 loan limit with Fannie and have started shopping for commercial lending on our next deal. Yes, I can. Matt Herbert, email me at Matthew. Email me at lumberjacklandlord@gmail.com. lumberjacklandlord@gmail.com. Send that to me. I don't like to put her on blast and put her out there for everybody. So I will ask her, but if you email me, I'll check and see if you're in their service area at all. They're a Massachusetts based bank actually. And so they got into New Hampshire, and that's when we started talking about deals.
Mhm.
So another one that you can, yes, email me at lumberjacklandlord@gmail.com. Evolve Properties LLC. In what platforms?
Dion.
Oh, sorry, Dion. Oh yeah. How many evictions have you gone through? See, Ashley looking out for you, Dion. How many evictions have we gone through? What's our count now? 9?
From total?
10. Yeah.
Oh, let's see. 2 this year, 1 on Hill Street. And then Manchester, we had Carmody, Jan, maybe like 2 other. Yeah, I would say like maybe 9.
Yeah.
It's not more than 9.
It's 9.
Not
So it's
more.
9 in 20 years.
Mhm.
And 6 out of those 9 were in buildings that we've sold.
Yes. And we knew that was a bad area. We just
Yeah.
realized that this is a high turnover and we let go.
Yep. And then the 3 that we did here.
And you admitted that you didn't buy a great deal.
Yeah.
When you bought that
Yep.
one. That was when you
Yep.
were learning and
Mhm.
you just bought a deal.
Yep. Yeah, that was now knowing what I know now, that was too skinny of a deal.
Yeah.
Yep. Too skinny of a deal based on what I know now. That was
Yep.
too skinny of a deal. I overpaid for the property. It was just, there was a lot of stuff.
Yep.
And all the work that the guy did on the property was just a joke. It was subpar.
Yeah.
Every single thing on that property broke within the first
Yeah.
3 years I owned it because he did just garbage, shoddy work.
Was that?
Yeah. So
Yep.
it was no good at all.
Yep.
Evolve Properties LLC. In what platforms do you prefer to utilize your mag pulls? So I don't have them in any of mine, but I am a SIG guy. I like my SIGs. So I have a plethora of SIGs. So yeah. So I have a bunch of, I have a lot of SIGs. SIG Arms is local to us. They take care of our local community. They take care of their employees. They give them great discounts. So yeah. Yep, that's what they do. So yeah, so I actually don't have Magpulls in any of my platforms. Look at it. Look at who this is. Who let this guy in here? One rental at a time. Hi, you two. 710. Nice. 710 on the West Coast. Hello, Michael. Was our hour and 45 minutes. Well, actually, you didn't get to see Ashley, so I get it. We got to spend an hour and 45 together today. We had some hot topics. That stuff, watch that stuff on One Rental at a Time and on Dion's channel. I know Dion's will premiere next week, but we had some really good videos today. Although not as good as this live stream right now. Actually, there were some really cool ones. That first video that we did, I thought was awesome. And then we did a deep dive on deals. We each talked about our deals. And that was actually a question from the Three Amigos Financial Independence Facebook group. That was a lot of fun. I always have fun with the guys. Mike and Dion, they've actually become friends over the last year. And so, yeah, it's always a good time and super pumped. 1 million people. Michael threw that out there like a month ago and he didn't tell me he was going to say 1 million people. And I was like, what the hell? And then I was like, now we got to get to 1 million. Oh my goodness. So yeah. Good to see you, Mike. JC Blast, smiley, laughing face. Yeah. I don't know. I probably said something funny or made fun of myself. JC Blast, 46% yield is wild. What asset class is that? That is a, let's see, what was, that was a single, so it was a single family zoned as a duplex that was a duplex 30 years ago that they turned into a single family that I turned back into a duplex. So that's why that yield's ridiculous. 46.8 is because I unearthed value. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ashley signed up to do help 1 million people too. She's in. We do this together. She's in. So yeah, so
ride or die.
Yeah, exactly. True story. Yayo-matic. Do you have a lawyer on retainer for legal procedures, evictions, etc. How should a beginner handle it? So, so here's what's really funny. The honest truth and how I find how I found our attorney is I looked at the attorney that was handling the most cases, the most cases in court as an eviction attorney. I looked at that guy, and that was how I started. And that guy was awesome.
He's a beast.
He's a beast. He is a blast. Like, I find myself having to like force myself to get off the phone with him because I can listen to his stories all day long. I just won't listen to his stories all day long at $250 an hour. And I don't have a retainer with him because I have always just paid. But if he asked me to do a retainer with him, I would. I do have another attorney. Don't have him on retainer, but would if that's what it would take.
We just haven't had enough evictions
because we really only use them for evictions. The only thing that we did was I did create a lease, or I had an attorney write a lease that actually was not only a landlord tenant attorney, but also a landlord himself. So I had him do that in our state. That way it applies with all the state and local laws. But he's also a lawyer. So guess what? If I have somebody break that lease that he wrote, guess what I do? Hey, these guys broke the lease. Here you go. He's like, what'd they do? And I'm like, violation right there. And he goes, okay. Because why? He built that lease based on what he has to go into court and fight with it. So that's what we did. Great. Yeah. It makes life a lot easier. So Yayomatic, that's what I would do. Maybe they require a retainer, maybe they don't. The other thing too is that in like meetups or landlord groups, talk to them about the attorneys that they use. And we have 3 attorneys that we use, and one of them I really don't like his style at all. And so I give them certain tasks. One of them, I love their style. I love it. Sean is the man. He literally will walk in the room. He goes, all right, so here's the deal. This isn't working out. Exactly. You don't want to live here anymore. And fact of the matter is that as much as you don't want to live here, it makes sense if you guys move on. So what would make the most sense is let's come to agreement right now on what works so you guys can get out of this place, get on to your next place, and enjoy being somewhere else. Because at the end of the day, if we go through this process, we will get the eviction. It will happen. And the problem ends up being that then you have an eviction on your record. So if we can put together some sort of agreement where you agree to leave in the next couple of weeks, we'll work with you to forgive this, that, or the other. And it's awesome. And so then they split. We actually got called by, if you guys are familiar with the TV shows, Hot Bench. So but it was a tenant. Yeah, it was a judgment that we got against the tenant. And so Hot Bench called me and I was like, oh, I kind of want to go on there, but I didn't. But they literally comb the cases. And so, yeah, I could have been the lumberjack 5 years ago. But yeah, that was really funny. Laura Herbert, when you have a rent increase, do you have your tenants sign a new 1-year lease? Do you let your tenants go month to month? If I'm agreeing to a new lease with them, yes, new lease. I want them leased. Month to month. The problem with month to month Laura. So, people leaving in like December, even if they give you 30 days notice in November, like what's the likelihood you're going to get a renter in December or January? Like almost zero, especially with our cold weather and you being in the Lakes region. That's really, really hard. Right. So I always want to have something that's carrying me through pretty much October, November, December, January, February, March. I never want to have somebody being able to give me that notice because they could do it just to spite me because they can probably find a place and then I'm up a creek without a paddle. And I know I'm going to have multi-months where I'm going to, be empty. So yeah, so new lease, new number. And we always try and target our leases to end in April through April. Yeah. April through the end of August, because we want a new resident taking ownership in September. That helps for kids going back to school. That helps for all that sort of stuff. So that's where we kind of put that number. So great question. REI trainer, Matt Herbert, can you cash out refi out of a few of your properties to pay off one loan, free up capital for another loan, or doesn't that make sense now? Also consider a local portfolio lender. Yep. Those are all good. Those are all good. Matt Herbert at REI trainer, in the process of doing a cash out refi now on a property that was fully paid off. Yep. That is going to use my last Fannie slot. Good idea though. Yep. Matt Herbert, also, we're really hoping to buy at least a few more next year. Yeah. I'll give you that information and then see if you can get some deals done. You can also look at the portfolio lenders are good. The biggest problem is that they're still going to do a commercial loan. So you're going to get to that point where all your deals are going to be commercial deals, which gives you interest rate risk, which is why you look for a non-QM lender like a Steve Dow from Velocity or Lima One Capital, or that's why you look for those non-QM lenders. Yep. Kaylor. Hey, Kaylor, you're new to the channel. Super excited to have you here. What's up? Just talking real estate. Ask any question you like from real estate perspective. One rental at a time. Yep. There we go. I love you two talking. Thanks, Michael. It was fun today. Your house duplex was awesome. You teach me stuff all the time. Thanks, Michael. I that's why I love working with Dion and Mike, is that I learn something every week or learn how to adjust something all the time. And I always tell Ash all the time, I'm just like, yeah, it's like iron sharpening iron. Like, I know I've gotten better this year because of working with those guys. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. Love working with those guys. One rental at a time. Yes, Ashley signed to help out 1 million. Yes. Oh yeah, she did. Julie Anderson, Glock 19, easy on my carpal tunnel. Yeah, that's a great gun. Yep. Glocks are great guns. Yep. Yeah. And SIG has come out with a bunch, like kind of in that line, like the P290, P320, and then larger up and down scales as far as like size of grip. So yeah, Ash and I will have we have basically exactly the same gun, but it's all just in what you can get it like small, medium, or large. Or like, I think they call it compact, subcompact, or something else. Yep. Abdul Mateen Sadef, what's your best deal? How did you come across it? What do you think our best deal is?
Oof. We've always talked about how Main Street was a great deal.
Yeah.
It has paid us multiple times.
Yes, it's paid us a lot,
multiple times.
Yeah.
I still think that's a great deal. Even if it's not the best deal, it's still a fantastic deal.
Yeah. So we had, there was a small town next to the town that we had our market, and it was a 4-unit. It had been this was what, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 2015, I think.
I was pregnant with Sam, so it's 5 years ago.
Yeah. So 5 years ago, the town was trying to buy it. It was a drug house and a flop house. The town couldn't get the approval to buy it. I went to the town and said, I went to the bank. It was a foreclosure. Went to the asset manager, had conversations with him through my broker. We were able to put together the deal, talk to the town. I said, listen, I'll buy this property. I'll do all the work. I'll pay for everything. The only thing I'm asking of the town is that I can't bring a 120-year house. I'm going to have to gut this entire thing. I can't bring everything in the house. I can't bring stairs up to code. I can't do it. And I'm going to need some flexibility. I'm going to need to be able to, change some of the room layouts and change some of the, sizes and things like that. If I'm really going to optimize this property, make it something. The town was very smart. They worked with me.
Yep.
They were awesome to work with. They were very cool. They're like, the only thing that we're really focused on is safety issues. So if you work with us on the safety issues, we're good on everything else. They were awesome. We did the property. I paid 180 for it. I put 250 in it. So I was 4 and change into it. That was all the bank's money. Refi out. And the property now, I'll let you know what it's worth, but it's supposedly it's getting reappraised. We're doing a cash out refi. I think I owe two and change. So 270, 280 on the property. And it's probably worth about 800. And it pays me about $5,000, $5,000 a month net. Right on. Yeah. Right on there.
It was a great deal.
And that was MLS foreclosure. And then just talk to my broker, talk to the asset manager, talk to the city about the building because it's close to the town hall. So yeah,
Town was thrilled.
yeah, town was thrilled. And honestly, that's given us a great relationship. Yeah, great relationship with the city or the town. Yeah, it's worked out great. Antoine, sup y'all? Hey Antoine, good to have you here. What software do you guys use to manage your books? Great question. Spreadsheets right now, and we are picking a vendor next week. And we've evaluated a ton of stuff, a ton.
Stay tuned. We'll let you know next week.
Yeah. And Antoine, if you go back about an hour ago in this thing, like an hour and 20 minutes, it's within a 20-minute gap. You'll find it where we talk about all the stuff we evaluated. You'll see all that stuff in there. Michael Von Newport, do you do anything specific to attract tenants during the cold months, like half off first month to attract new tenants? No, we purposefully don't have any leases that expire in cold months. That's the only thing. I will hold. So we will advertise. We're still looking for an amazing tenant, but we will hold until we get an amazing tenant and just recognize that when that property becomes available and we either through eviction, which is 9 times in 21 years. So not really a thing. With the nugget. So yeah, so we when I say nugget, I mean our son. We purposefully have him fixed his door. It makes a clicking noise when he opens it. So that's how we catch him getting out of bed. So yeah, so we don't offer any sort of bonuses or anything like that. So yeah, so we really focus on ending it at the right time and then looking for the next tenant at the right time. And if we lose a month or two here or there, that's fine. Doesn't hurt us. Doesn't hurt us. Antoine Davis, also loving my new digital locks. Thanks for the ice. Oh, very cool, Antoine. I'm so glad that worked out for you. That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah, they're killer for us. They've completely helped us change our business. We don't have to charge tenants for lost keys anymore. It's just, it completely changes how you can then manage that move in, move out process. It just is awesome. Was that him? Was that right?
Yeah.
I got him.
He's all tucked in.
All right. I got him. I knew it.
Got it.
I got him. So yeah, so glad that the locks worked out. Cody Evers, good evening. Thanks for all the quality content as always. Thank you, Cody. I appreciate that. Happy to have you. Matt Wilson, I know you pushed the 4-3-2-1 strategy, but have you seen much success with lateral movement? Yep. Sold my single family fall of 2020 and purchased a triplex beginning of this year and in the process of a refi now. Yep. Hoping to grab another tri or quad early 2022. It'll be local, but hoping acquiring a larger property and occupying bigger apartment will pass underwriting. Yep. Need for more space. Yeah. What do you think? Yep. That's exactly right. So it just comes down to the justification game. You know, what we did is we got into duplexes. That made it really, really hard. It was like, I remember one loan got us 120 days to get approved. And it was only because we were moving from a single family house to a duplex. And they were a nightmare. And we're like, listen, the reason, we were moving 35 minutes. We were moving to be closer to family. You know, her job had changed, where she was going to school had changed. It sucked. It was a horrible process, but that's the first thing that the banks start pulling back on, just so you know. That's the first thing that they start pulling back on because they don't want investor deals, and they literally sick their underwriters on trying to sniff out if somebody's doing it as an investment. So I recommend just watching that, recognizing that that could disappear very quickly. Non-QM doesn't do owner occ, so that door shuts for you as well. So that's that. And then you lose the ability to get that owner occ low rate, lower down payment. What you can do is you can reuse an FHA loan. So when you go to leave that other property and you refi, get out of your FHA loan, get into a conventional, and then you can use your FHA to purchase the next one. That's what is best to do, or that's what I would do. So yes, hopefully that helps. Antoine Davis, how do you set up your insurance for all your properties? That's a great question, Antoine. So what we do is when we had we did State Farm for a long time. We changed because they started getting ridiculously expensive and we didn't even have a claim. Mm-hmm. So they started getting really, really pricey. Mm-hmm. And so we got away from State Farm and we literally just went to a broker. And in our area, there are 2 or 3 marquee insurance names for rental properties. And because they are the marquee names that they are, what my broker was very smart about doing is he said, no, not one guy gets all the business. They both get an equal amount of business. And then we constantly remind them that the other top competitor of theirs has this other book of business. And if they're unhappy with something, we'll move it. So we use those two companies, largely speaking. Yeah. And so how we did it was through a broker. Yep. And then we talked about, what we wanted the strategy to be. He set up that strategy and now that works. The other thing that we do too, and I'm not recommending this for anybody else, but do your studies on so when you get that book of business or you have your rental properties, look at the deductibles, look at the deductibles of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. Also look at the deductibles of 10, 15, 20, and 25. Some banks won't let you go that high. My bank, because of the amount of coverage that I have on the amount of properties that I have, they let me go to a $25,000 deductible. Why that's important is because that brought my annual premium from like 80 something to 40 something. I save $40,000 a year with that premium being what it is. So do the math. If I have one property that has a massive problem and I got to pay that $25,000 deductible, I'm still up 15 grand. Mm-hmm. So I truly use insurance for insurance purposes. The place where I would be screwed is if there were an earthquake and it damaged 20 of my homes. Okay, well, now I have to find a way to come up with $500,000. And who knows what that looks like. That's a really tough contingency to come up for. Or if a hurricane blew through and damaged a bunch of homes, that's another thing. We don't have wildfires here, too much rock. And too cold, largely speaking. So yeah, so that's a lot of the stuff that we've done. So that's how I kind of manage the insurance stuff, is through the broker. And then Ash and I, so Ash does a lot of back office stuff. She'll call and she'll update them. She'll get them closing statements. What else? Yes, have an umbrella too. 2 umbrellas. I have an umbrella over the rental properties. And then I have an umbrella over our stuff as well. So we have our own insurance and umbrella over that. Angel R. Hey, Angel. There's Angel making an appearance, staying all quiet, silent type on us. When you guys were house hacking, how much did you improve the personal unit? My girlfriend wants a pretty unit and I want a fixer-upper to add value. So yes, absolutely fixer-upper you're buying, but we improved it before we moved in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, when we moved into Everett Freeman, that building, we didn't have as much money, so it didn't get improved as nicely. We did Hill Street, pretty nice. Very nice. Yep.
We honestly thought we were going to be in Hill for years. We ended up being there a year.
He gives me this beautiful unit and then he moves me right out of it.
It's true.
And so, yeah, we did Hill Street nice. And then Belknap, we did nice as well. It wasn't, Belknap was nice too. So yeah, I would say that, but we bought them and they were complete messes.
Yep.
And then we renovated them and moved into a
Yes.
nice unit. So
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. The clock was always going because we were going to be paying the mortgage, but that was when we were still kind of in our first 10. And so we could buy it, wait, fix it up over a course of 60 days, and we'd only have had one mortgage payment get paid. And we would already have ours rented out. So it was a matter of us moving out at the end of a month and then the new tenant moving in, on the first. So we did that on all of those house hacks. So yeah. Yep. Yeah. So Angel, if you're asking us to weigh in, we would buy something that has a fixer upper unit. We would fix up that unit, move into that unit, and then fix the other units. If you're moving out of your place, then fix up the other units, etc. The other thing you can do is depending on what the work is that has to be done, we've lived in plenty of units while the work was being done.
Yes.
Yeah. Plenty of those. Yeah. So thank you guys. So Angel R. Yep. Thank you guys. So all units get renovated to the same standards. Yep. Owner unit not being nicer than the others. No. Nope.
Because the goal is to move out and have a tenant go in there.
That's
so
right.
You don't want the tenant like getting all this nice stuff that they're probably not going to appreciate or abuse too much.
Yep.
Nice. Yes.
In fact, for us, so the last one that we hacked, our unit, the owner's unit, was not as nice as the other side.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I agree with that, actually.
We redid the kitchen there. They had granite countertops. They had stainless steel appliances.
Yeah.
They had,
yeah,
that was a nicer unit than ours. Yeah. So yeah, you do it to a standard, because what you need to have to get larger is you need to have systems in place. We use these cabinets, we use these countertops, we use these fixtures, etc., etc., etc. So we use all that stuff. I'm going to release Ashley. I'll still hang out and answer some more of your questions, but I know that she was up super early and I can feel her falling asleep and about to conk out on me. So I'll let Ashley go.
Again.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So we'll see which one. We'll see so that the kids come and attack us. And so the question is, which one of us gets attacked?
It's usually me, though.
Yeah.
This is our division of labor.
Exactly.
This is how we do it.
So yeah. So Ash will head to sleep, and I'll finish additional questions. Laura Herbert, is your insurance one big policy that covers all of your rentals? Or do you have a separate policy? Let's see, or do you have a separate policy for each property? So I have a separate policy for each property because I add them on, but then I actually have them co-term that policy on a timeline perspective, so I don't end up paying constantly. Because I've got 30 something buildings and I cannot write a check every month. And I don't. And here's the other thing too, is I want whatever discount. So I'm a points fiend on my credit card. I will literally split up my premiums twice a year. And each time I'll just charge it on my credit card. And so that's 40 or 45 or 50,000 points that I get a year it helps me maintain my JetBlue Mosaic status that I have. I've got coming up on 2 million miles with them. So I split it up, but they're on the same master policy, but they keep on getting added on. And so, and then they get co-termed, is how we also work that. And then I split it up in the times of the year. And so I might pay like 16 months or something on one, that sort of thing. Yep. Yes, indeed. We just had that as an issue actually on a closing. The bank was requiring a year's worth of insurance. And they said, yeah, but the master policy updates in like 3 months. And she's like, I don't care. I want a year. So he had to do the 3 months and a year. Is that how he did it? Yeah. So it was a 15-month policy. That's how he did it. Yep. That is how it happened. So yeah, that's how it happened. Keith Hager, ask your lawyer and accountant and insurance broker on umbrella. Yeah, they are your team. Yeah. So Keith, great point. So for those of you who don't know who Keith is, Keith has 69. He is 69, has a ton of units. Has been with us a real long time. Still owns those, financially free, and then they do a flip once a year to for fun money. That's what we'll call it. And so, yeah, the key with this stuff, guys, is it's important. It's great to ask a YouTuber, or me, that does the business and works it every day. Love answering questions for you. Your accountant, those guys are the experts. I don't give financial advice. I don't give investing advice. I don't give any of that stuff. But that being said, I can tell you what I do, and all I can ever do is tell you what I do, and then tell you, like Dion says, don't sue me, bro. That's what I can tell you. But yeah, good times. Good times, good times. All right. If you guys have any more questions, I'm happy to answer them. 10:38. So yeah, I'll go another 20 minutes if you guys want. If you guys have more questions, happy to do it. Trying to think on the insurance side. Yeah. So I have an umbrella over my personal umbrella with the rental property management company. Yep. Have both of those. And then the policies. I've had a couple of times where I've had to get like a duplex or something where I couldn't get a hold of my broker, and I had to get a bind, and it was something that was just completely missed, and I couldn't get them to get me a binder that fast. I have a good relationship with my State Farm rep, and I was like, this is what I need. She goes, okay. Within an hour, she had a binder for me. Just those relationships, guys, those are so important. Just so important. Yeah, so important. Critical, critical, critical. Do 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 do. I know there's a little bit of a delay, so I'm kind of waiting for that delay to finish so you guys can answer any other questions that you guys have. If any of this stuff is helpful, please feel free to hit the like button. Don't feel free, do it, honestly. I'm trying to think. I will. So stuff that we'll be covering next week. So we'll cover the new account management app or property management app that we're going to be using. I think we've made that decision. I know that we've done a massive amount of evaluation over the last, like caramba, a lot. We've done over the last year. We were really ready to make a decision back in like August. And then Eliana was diagnosed Labor Day weekend. And so then we just kind of went sideways on it a little bit. So we jumped back into it in the last few weeks just because now with all of the additional properties, holy Toledo. Yeah, we have that much more work to do. And the bigger thing is that Ashley is, now real estate professional status. She spends, probably about 1,000 hours a year doing this. It's literally a part-time job for her. But yeah, yep, all that paperwork. Holy cow. Yeah, she's good at that now. If you were doing a build to rent, so Matt Herbert, if you were doing a build to rent duplex, would you do a top bottom or side by side? Side by side. Side by side, 1,000% every single time. Absolutely. Yep. Never, ever, ever top bottom. Never, ever, ever top bottom. Nope. Only a side by side ever. Yeah, we're doing yeah, we got a busy week next week. We've got I think we actually have 4 units hitting the market next week. Don't like it in December, or don't like it in January, but I bought the buildings, they were vacant, is what it is. So we'll look for the right tenants. I think we've got a bunch of pre-screened ones that I think are going to be pretty good. Love Life, do you buy in your personal name and then move them into your trust, or just buy them in the trust? Yes. Yes. So we buy in the trust name. The stuff that we didn't have in the trust name, we put into the trust name. Yeah, everything now we buy in the trust name. Yep. Everything we do now buy in the trust. Yep. Don, Matt Herbert, just my 2 cents. Over under is cheaper to build. Don is correct. Over under is cheaper to build. If you ever want the option of turning them into condos and selling them as condos, you'll be far happier side by side. Yep. Largely speaking, in my market, I don't know about every market, but in my market, a side by side unit that's the same square footage commands a higher price than a top bottom square footage. So that's something I've actually looked at. So one of my strategies has been, I buy everything 4-bedroom and higher duplexes. I buy them all. At this point, I literally have like almost 20% of my markets 4 and 5-bedroom duplexes. Yep. I'm going to keep on doing it too, because people have not seen that one of the towns south of us, they're side-by-side duplexes. 20 years ago, you could buy that duplex for probably $5 or $550. And now it's $700 a side. Yep. Crazy. Abdul Mateen Sadef, do you have any rules to renovating properties? Where to spend money and where not to spend it? Always, if you can add an extra bedroom. Mike and I agree wholeheartedly on that. So always, if you can add an extra bedroom, you do. That's the cheapest bang for the buck that you're ever going to get. Always, always, always. To add a bedroom, it's about $1,000. Unless even if you have to add an egress window, which is 5.7 cubic feet or square feet in a single pane, even if you have to add in a window, you might be talking 1,500. So, or 2,000. So by far the cheapest. Yeah. So by far the cheapest. I'm trying to think of what else. No real rules? I don't think so. I mean, I think that we use quality product. That's a big rule for me. So I've only used 3 different brands of cabinets in all the years I've been doing this. I've used 3 different brands. That's it. And when one brand started to go down, I literally called the rep and I was like, your stuff is starting to turn to crap. And he's like, well, we've changed some stuff with our process. And I was like, no, it's turning into crap. And you're still charging me the same price. You can make what you used to make, or you can make this a different line and charge me less, but I won't buy that less. I want my old quality. He goes, well, that's our new model, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, you're charging me 20% more. And this was years ago before all these, it was just the way they hit it. So yeah, so I've used 3 different brands. So yeah, I don't think we do what the property needs, because we want to touch it and not touch it again for 20 to 30 years. So we'll largely go through that stuff. Shutoffs so like cheap stuff, adding bedrooms, shutoffs in the basement. So if there's ever a water leak, you've got multiple areas that you can fix the water leak with those shutoffs. Trying to think of what else. Changing the door locks to keypad when we're doing renos. That's always happens. I don't know what else. I don't think there's any other rules outside of that. Where to spend money, where not to spend. Mike Zuber always does fences for privatization of yards. I don't think what else. Yeah, that's about it. If you had something specific, I could tell you. But yeah, we just look to make the property the best we can make it, is usually our rule. outbuilding the neighborhood. Like that's sort of not a thing. Like it's because everything that we own is in an A or B class area. And so all of our product is A or B class. I'll buy a C class property in a B or a D class property in a B class area. I won't buy a B class property in a C class area. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Don, as you get older like me, you like ranch style better than side by side. Oh, absolutely, Don. Yep, 100%. Yep, totally agree. The problem that you usually have though is that, or the problem that I've seen is you will get that older renter on the first floor, but then they're expecting more of a peaceful life, and the people above them are always going to be noisy. And then I feel bad for that renter. Yeah, so that's why I like the side by side. Is doesn't matter how heavy footed you are. You know, like then you also on the what's called the party wall. So the wall that splits a unit is called the party wall. It's because you're hearing what the part everything sounds like a party next door. So any configuration that I've ever done, I've actually done stairwells on each side, right? I like those properties. The other thing too is you can use a specific product called Quiet Rock. So Quiet Rock is a sheetrock that's about an inch thick. And so it is actually like sticking 8 pieces of 3/4 inch sheetrock together. And that's the noise cancellation that it gives you. So I like using Quiet Rock on my party walls, number one. Number two is I'll also put like a Roxel Safe and Sound in that. And that way people can't hear exactly what's being said next door. So if you do the Roxel Safe and Sound, then you do plastic, then you do Quiet Rock. At that point, you've drastically reduced any noise. And that's a big difference maker. It's a big, because I like to put in wood flooring, vinyl plank, things like that. And yeah, Tim Crawford, I just saw what you just put in there. So fire block. Yep. Yeah, that stuff is awesome. So Roxel is non-flammable. It's a really good product. So we've used a lot of Roxel. We'll use Safe and Sound in the party walls. They make an R19, R21 for the other walls, and then they make an R30 bat in the seal for your ceilings. And R30, I think they do R36 now too. So we like that product. We can actually do a house for probably, I used to do all spray foam. It's just got too expensive. Just got way too expensive. And the tenants didn't really appreciate, I wasn't getting that much higher of a rent because it was in a wall. Spray foam a house cost me $17,000. To Roxel a house, it cost me $3,000. I wasn't getting that difference. And even though the tenant was getting a massive difference in their bills, it didn't keep them there any longer. Didn't keep them there a second longer. They're just like, oh yeah, the bill's great here. It's so great. Yeah, we need more room. Okay. So that kind of sucked. REI trainer, is permitting to add a wall for an extra bedroom expensive or time consuming in your area? What does it look like for you? Great question. There is, if there's city water sewer, it's pretty easy. You just fill out a form, because they're going to want to do a safety inspection. You'll need to upgrade the smokes in the house to make sure each bedroom has a smoke. You'll need to make sure that you have outlets in the proper footage, which is linear feet. I think it's, depending on the zoning, depending on the building, it's either 8 feet or 12 feet apart between outlets. You'll want to make sure that you have 2 means of egress, meaning a window and a door. You want to make sure that your egress window is at least 5.7 square feet. You want to make sure that it can legally be a bedroom, which means it needs to be at least 70 square feet. You want to make sure for like housing authority and things like that, that you actually have a roof line. If the roof line comes down in the room, it has to have some percentage of cubic footage that allows it to qualify as a bedroom with like Section 8 and housing. That's not a thing outside of anything Section 8 or housing. That's 5 things off the top of my head. Yeah. So you can do, talk to your town about it, pull the permit. Yep. Yep. Angel R, do you only use stainless steel appliance in your long-term rentals? No. No. Nope. We have a lot of it. Some kitchens look really awesome with all the white cabinets and the black. Like, what do they call that? Like the modern stainless, the no fingerprint, or now like the graphite color stuff. Like, so we'll range, and even the pure black color stuff too. So yeah, Tim Crawford, you've got to have a closet where I'm at in New Orleans for Section 8. Yeah. So the rule is what your local rules are. Always, anything that I say, always check with what your local rules are. Same thing for us, but it's what they call a closet. For us, a closet does not have to be an enclosed closet or space. It literally just has to have a place where you can hang clothes, and it doesn't have to be enclosed. So that's just as simple as like two $12 hanger bars that you then, and I actually build mine. I actually build, you guys might see stuff in the, can you see it? No, anyway. I got a bunch of black iron pipe back there. I make my own using black wrought iron, black pipe. I make my own closet setups where it comes off the wall this way, and then I have a couple bars here and a couple bars here. Then it goes down to the floor. I can screw those flanges into the floor, screw them into the wall, and boom, closet, or what they would consider a closet. So yeah. So Tim Crawford, you're right. Tim, I don't know if I've met you before, or you've been on the channel before. Super excited to have you here. Appreciate the feedback. Yep, and it's good. Also good fire block. That was a great point too. Yep. Yes, sir. What's awesome, Tim? I'd love to know. I'd love to know what I said was awesome. Angel R, I have a unit where appliances are white, but I need to replace the fridge, debating whether to stick with white so it matches, slowly begin upgrading the stainless, even if it looks funky. Here's what I would tell you. Number one, look at Facebook Marketplace. There's a bunch of people putting appliances out there that might be a year or 2 years old. I've bought appliances off there. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. Yeah, I don't think keeping the white is a bad thing. I don't think upgrading it's a bad thing either. Look and see what you can get for a deal. Here's what I can tell you. I stay away from Samsung and LG. I stay away from them both now. Yep, I stay away from them both. And when you see things like Behr is the #1 paint. Why is Behr the #1 paint, everybody? Because it's sold by Home Depot, the largest store in the world, right? So that's the craziness, right? That's the craziness, is that it's #1 for that. Ask your painter, hey, how does this stuff apply? Does it go on well? Does it go on fast? Blah, 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 blah. And we would try stuff. We're like, hey, we got this stuff from the brand, from the vendor, blah, blah, blah. And Benjamin Moore, dude, their product is awesome. I forget what it's called. I think is it Regal Select? I think it's Regal Select. Stuff is awesome. Killer product. Really, really, really good. Yeah, really good paint. Paint and primer all in one. My painters are like, this stuff is awesome. In fact, I got one of my painters to change from using Sherwin-Williams to using that, because he would tell his customers, he's like, listen, it's going to save you about 15% on paint. And when you're doing a house, you could be spending $1,500 on paint material alone. So yeah, really good. Yep. Yes, I'm still going, Rob. Yeah, Ashley had to retire, but just for the night. She was up earlier because she had to go to the city this morning with the baby for her treatments. So I was just accosted by the older two, the 2-year-old and the 4-year-old, Bryn and Samuel. Don, the infill lots I'm working on are 50 by 120, so they have to be built up. But I definitely agree with you on the one level product whenever available or allowable. Yeah, totally get it, Don. Absolutely. So one of the things that Don's talking about is you can typically go 5 stories high in a lot of buildings, or even 3 stories high in a lot of buildings. And that you need to look at highest and best use of yield. If you're a builder, highest and best use of yield out of the land. That's what you have to be looking at. So Don's thinking of it exactly right. Yep. 100%. John, Texas, have you ever torn down an older single family home to build a duplex? Or would it be better to keep the single family and add an ADU? Even better, it's even better to have a duplex on the land and then build another duplex as an ADU. I'm actually working on a deal like that right now. I own the land, or I own the house, a duplex on the land. I'm going through the process right now to subdivide the piece of land to then get another duplex because that area is zoned for duplex. If that happens, that could be my greatest deal ever. One of my greatest deals, not my biggest number, but my biggest percentage. Because I bought that property for 10 years ago, 9 years ago for 180. It's worth 500 now. But that lot in that neighborhood, it's a historic neighborhood, and there's no other lots available in that historic neighborhood. See, it's heritage neighborhood. So what's really cool about that is that lot is probably worth $225,000. It's worth more than the house, more than what I paid for the house. And I've had income on the property forever. And the house is still worth 500 grand. And it still makes me $3,000 a month. So yeah, that could be one of the greatest deals of the whole time. Yeah. Yeah. Tim Crawford. And it's got to have a closet where gotta have, wow, that's awesome. Okay. Yep. All right. Cool deal on adding malls. Yep. Like I said, just call the town, call your city, ask them what the requirement is, but usually they're going to make you bring the smokes up to code, number of outlets, and then egress. That's the safety stuff that you're looking at. Tim Crawford, like my third or fourth time with watching you. Cool. I follow one at a time. Hey, Tim, thanks so much. I think it's the first time you commented though, and I appreciate it. Appreciate you being part of the dialogue. Tim Crawford, how do you, how I built a closet. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. Yep. Why do you stick to A and B properties, better tenants and better appreciation? Better tenants. Not appreciation, more liquid. Yep. More liquid. Yeah. Tim Crawford, Benjamin Morris, high dollar stuff. It's not bad. I have a contract with them, so it's not bad at all. It's not bad. And it's only slightly more than Bear. And it is way more resilient. The guys paint with it faster. It cleans better. So when we have to go and scrub something, crayon comes off of it a whole lot better. It's a superior product. The other stuff that competes with that is like Sherwin-Williams Emerald product. I can't afford that. That stuff is ridiculous. That stuff's like $80 a can. Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. My Sherwin-Williams price is, like I said, it's a little bit, it's more than Bear. If you're comparing, it's like the best Bear product that they make. And it's better, more resilient, easier to clean, faster application, more coverage, better coverage as far as per square foot. So you can't just look purely at the price of the can. Yep. But you're right. It is awesome. Yep. Benjamin Moore. Yeah, it's great. How big is my lot for a duplex? Oh man, so the thing that's the sexiest about that deal, I know where my pen went. I threw it when I was on the floor, when I was doing the present. See, I found it. I was doing the Three Amigos and I threw my pen. Now I remember. Here it is. There it is. So the magic behind that deal is this. So here's what I love about corner lots. So street. Here's what's really cool about this. So you guys can see this. Here's the street this way. Here's the street this way. So it's a corner lot. The house is right here. So this lot right here, it's actually big enough. So I think it's, now that I say that, see, I knew I just had to talk through it. 10,000 square feet is how big the lot is. So I'm literally, so the overall lot is 20,000 square feet. It's like 20,800 or something. And a lot for this area is 10,000 square feet. So it's a quarter of an acre is what you need to build in that neighborhood. And this house is on a half an acre. So an acre is 44,000 square feet before you start telling me that I'm wrong about how big an acre is. An acre is 44,000 square feet about. And so half acre is about 22,000 square feet. 11,000 square feet is a quarter of an acre. And then we have something called postage stamp lots, which are like 0.07 acres, which are, yeah, the lots are like a few thousand square feet. Yeah, so we have those up here too. Yes, the devil my first time common. Cool. First time commenting, I assume. Yes. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, Tim. Abdul Mateen Sadef. Should I consider making a bedroom bigger? I'll cut into space in the living room. No. Nope, I wouldn't. That'd be my thing. I would not do that. The reason why is because you'll spend a lot more time in the living room than you will in your bedroom awake. And so, I mean, unless you have just like a gargantuan, right? It's scale. So if you've got a 30 by 30 living room and you've got a 10 by 10 bedroom and you can make it a 15 by 10 bedroom and it's a 25 by 30 living room still. Yeah, for sure. Yep. So yeah, so those are the numbers. That's what I would look at. That's what I would look at is I wouldn't normally take that, but if they're, largely speaking of equal, yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. Nice. That's awesome. I hope you get able to build another duplex. Yeah, you and me both. Here's what I know. I know that when we filed paper on it, this asshole neighbor went literally door to door. She spent all the time looking up all the statutes to fight it, started a petition against me, and then went door to door telling everybody what it would do to their property values. They're morons. She's a moron. It was going to make their property values go through the roof. Why? Because it would be built in the heritage class. I would have to have renderings approved. And now, yeah, so about 44,000 square feet. Like I was saying, Tim, 43,560. Yeah, so 44. So she was an idiot. She's dumb. Yeah, she was dumb. I mean, if I built that brand new house there and that brand new duplex, that thing would sell for probably 600 grand. And then it would make every other duplex on that street. It would, a rising tide lifts all boats. Just this lady, horrible. And she complains about my parking. Like she's just a wretched person. She's just wretched. Yeah, she's horrible. They've caught everyone around the neighborhood's had issues, or all of our neighbors. And so when she just tried to rally the troops, it's just horrible. So it's going to cost me a little bit more money. Whatever. I'll still win. I have the statute on my side. It's just going to take time and money. Oh, Karen. Yeah, mind your business. Yeah, exactly. She just wishes she bought the lot. Yeah, she's going to wish something. Like, honestly, like, why do people piss off landlords? Like, it would take nothing for me to put a fraternity next to her. Like, I get them all the time because I'm in a town next to a college town. I could put a fraternity in there. Like, do you really want to piss me off? Like, I've tried to work with you. I was nice with you. And it's not even, get this. This is where the vacant lot is. This is where her house is. It doesn't even impact her. She's only in a butter because we share this property line. But this house blocks this house. It doesn't even impact her. Like, it's lunacy. So, yeah, we're going to go just a little bit. Yeah, so annoying. But whatever. it doesn't, and that's the thing too, is yeah, totally. The Karen statement, Abdul, you're dead on. Nailed it. Betta, Ashley, how did you become so handy? Change locks, some plumbing. That'd be me. I taught her everything. My wife was she could not do anything. She could barely take her car in to get the oil changed. Not her thing at all. And she is amazing at so many things. Nothing mechanical, nothing, none of that, any of that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yep. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah. But she's a hard worker. She's really smart. She's a great team player. She's a great wife. And so when we had that conversation, it was okay, how do we, yeah, there's things that you don't want to do, but there's things I don't want to do too. And sometimes you just have to suck it up and do it because that's life. And so I taught her all that stuff. She got really good at it. And so now just because it's a physical thing doesn't mean I have to do it, which is really nice. Dion Financial Talk. Where is the Three Amigos meetup going to be? I don't care. You guys are on the West Coast, so it probably makes more sense for me to fly out there. Of course, less likely that I will. And I know Mike doesn't like flying. It's really funny. We used to be on the road all the time. I don't like flying either. I hate flying. And I'm big. I don't fit in chairs well. So Dion, you and Mike I'll just tell you where to send the private jet and I'll jump on there. I'll gently walk on there and then we'll fly out. Yeah. That's awesome. I'm fine. I mean, Dion, you'll drive anywhere. And Mike and I will just have to fly anywhere. I don't know. Almost every place on the West Coast would throw me out. I say really objectionable things too often. I can't hold my tongue. I'm really bad at it. It's so bad. So bad. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, so I'm open to wherever. I think the only requirement is warm. I'm open for Vegas. I love Vegas. There's a billion things to do there. Best food in the world. Service industry everywhere there. I love Vegas. For those of you, any of you watching me from New York, maybe you are, but the only problem with, getting great food in New York is it's served to you by New Yorkers. I love Vegas. They really know how to treat their guests. I love it. I love it. I love it. I used to go to New York all the time. So it was for like 2 years, I was in Jersey and I would go into the city all the time. And and I went to Vegas and I was like, wow, none of you people are rude. You're all super nice. Like, love that. Yeah. So cool. Yeah. Awesome. Very cool. Yeah, I'm Matic. I had to sell a property because of shitty neighbors. Oh, that's too bad. I hate that, man. Yeah, I have a bad neighbor. So I have her, but I have one other one too, or two, actually two. So 3 out of my 30 or 35 properties, I have bad neighbors. And what's really funny is 2 of them I got in the last year. They bought there in the last year. One of them actually bought, so we have a shared driveway. One of them actually bought the house on the other side of the shared driveway. But you have to drive through, like, it's basically like a right away across my driveway to get to his driveway. And he's a jerk. He called me up screaming. He's like, this entryway is way too bumpy and my wife doesn't want us to, we need to get that fixed. Okay, fix it. Well, it's your driveway. You need to fix it. So you're calling to get me to spend my money to make your wife more comfortable driving over my driveway or our driveway. So he harassed me until I agreed to split it with him. And then he bought a plow for his truck and he wants me to pay him to plow our driveway. Dude, go away. And then he complains about the neighbors all the time. They're doing this, they're doing that, they're doing this, they're doing that. Dude, you bought next to a duplex. Don't be such a tool bag. You bought next to a duplex and you expected it what? You bought in a B-class neighborhood and you expected what to be A-class gated community with, without seeing a trash can? Like, come on, give me a break, tool Gladys Kravitz. Yeah, exactly. Gladys Kravitz needs to get a life. Yeah. Well, trust me on this. It's going to be a long and horrible road for her because she's going to, if she wants to actually stop it, she's going to have to hire an attorney. And I've already got one. So yeah, good luck to her. Good luck to her. Jan Santiago, when are you going to Vegas? That's a great question. At least not until April when Eliana's treatments are all done. After her treatments are done, we'll kind of play it by ear. But yeah, love Vegas. Used to go there all the time, 3-4 times a year. Some conventions, some. This is Retro Brit Cycle. That's a motorcycle company I own. I collect old motorcycles. I know, another thing. It's a problem. I haven't worked on a bike in like 3-4 years now. Basically, since I had kids, I haven't touched a bike I haven't worked on a bike in 4 years. I still ride them, and I enjoy them. So yeah, hopefully soon, Janet. Dawn, if your bedroom door is locked, you will know that she was watching this live stream on her phone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. True story. The good news is that it's got one of those like little holes you can just poke like a paper clip into, and I'll get in just fine. And my wife, super sound sleeper, so that's not waking her up. But nor will my banging at the door work either. Abdul Mateen Sadeth, thank you for your time tonight. It's been amazing. You're very welcome. Thank you for your time, for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. REI trainer, you guys should pull your money and buy a jet to share and lease it out the rest of the time. Mike's got to get as big as Grant Cardone, so he can just buy a jet and figure out a way to expense the whole thing. We're never gonna get. I'm not. Yeah, love the story, love the joke. Totally get that it's a joke. I don't think I'm ever gonna get. I don't think we'll ever get that big. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get that big size for us. I don't have. I'm not in this to have the biggest, highest number of properties. In this for different reasons. I want to help people. I want to allow for people to get that step up. Where it's like they move into one of our places and the next thing for them is a house. And a legacy for my kids. That's it. I want to see them grow. I want to see them be an important part of society and give back. And for them to recognize that a name means something and that they need to help people and be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. So that's what the plan is. Angel R. I have bad neighbors on my first duplex waiting for their landlord to sell. They got to go. Their attitude is lowering my property value. Yeah, ain't that the truth? True story, my man. True story. Would you buy, Angel, would you buy that property? Have you thought about calling that landlord and offering to buy the property? I've done that. I'm a SIG guy. Not Glock. So New Hampshire is the U.S. headquarters for SIG arms. In fact, New Hampshire is also Ruger, R-U-G-E-R, Ruger. Yep. So Ruger, German. I think they're German. SIG arms, German. I believe. Are they German? Yeah, they're German. I'm pretty sure. And so both our U.S. headquarters are in New Hampshire. SIG arms is about 20 minutes from my house, and Ruger is about an hour 20. So yeah, so I was a Ruger guy, and now I'm a SIG arms guy. Most of my stuff is SIG arms now. We're spoiled rotten with we have a lot of veterans in our area where we're spoiled rotten. They're the greatest people on earth. And so because our vets are so awesome, like we have big hospitals as well. So we have, it's awesome. Like we've got tons of veterans, we've got tons of nurses. Yeah, we're just super blessed with the people that we have in our community. And so having veterans in the community, they're stand-up people, and so, yeah, it's awesome. And so whatever it is, if I can buy guns that are, they're very involved with the armed forces. They hire a lot of vets. Anything that I can do for vets and be part of that, I love it. I just love it. I love cigars. Yeah. Based on what I know about them, I've never worked there. I've got friends that work there. They say that they get taken care of pretty well, and the company treats them well. So yeah, treat veterans well, and I don't think you can go wrong. Generally speaking, treat people well, but veterans especially, right? Tim Crawford, thank you. Happy New Year. You're welcome. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you commenting. Love it. Angel Art, I would. He's a doctor with 12 units. Okay. I'm afraid if I attempt to buy, they will destroy it if they know I'm the buyer. They don't like me much because my house is the only one with a driveway. Oh, and I had their car towed once for blocking my nurse tenant from coming out. You could hide that you were the buyer. That wouldn't be a problem. You make the doctor sign an NDA. Yep. So you make the doctor sign an NDA. If he breaks the NDA, you just have a massive penalty to it. But you have the doctor sign an NDA, try and buy it. That's what I would do. I've done that. Where did it? Yeah. Yep. I was trying to remember which property I did that, but yeah, I did it at a property. Tenants next door, they were assholes. So I found out who the owner was, had a conversation with him. He's like, you know what? It feels like now probably is the right time to sell. Sweet. Knocked on their door. What's the problem now? So I kind of told the owner not to tell you that I bought your house, but I own it now. Nice to meet me. Oh, that was really awesome. That was truly one of life's finer moments. Yeah, I literally bought the place. Yeah, bought the place, tossed them. Yep. I was like, hey, just so you know, we had all the pictures taken. It was so good. So good. Yeah, there's been some things that we've done like that. Trying to think of what other fun stuff we've done like that. Yeah, there's been some other things that we've done along those lines. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, Angel. You got to do it, bro. Like, you gotta like make the guy sign an NDA. Have a conversation with him. Doesn't hurt you to have the conversation. If he's a doctor, he might even consider holding the paper, and you might be able to get a sub-2 deal or something of the sort. Yeah. Matic, you want to be like me when you grow up? Yeah. I wouldn't recommend that. So yeah, there's been some horrible things that I've done if somebody's proven that they're going to be difficult. Yep. Sure are. Yeah, I've done some other stuff like that too. I'm trying to think of. There's been a couple that I can't say on a show. There's been, let's see. Oh, what else? Yeah, there's some. I'll try and think of some for the show next time. I'll always try and share a fun story with that with you guys. Oh, I have one guy. Yeah, this is awesome. So I own a building, and shocking, right? So I own a building. Guy next door, this big property owner who never worked for a day in his life inherited all of the property from his dad. His dad was the hard worker. Inherited all the property from his dad. And I went to the town, or so I was, and it was always filled with trash. It was always filled with trash. So the property was always filled with trash. It was always, trash in this kind of like smaller vacant lot next to one of my buildings. And that was like the dividing line between our two buildings. And so, yeah, oh my goodness, total nightmare. So I then found out that the city owned that lot. So I went to the town, petitioned them, basically filled out some paperwork saying, hey, you should try and consider selling this lot. And I went to the town, did all that. They posted on the site, goes up for sale. And I then win the bid. And it was like a few $1,000s for this lot. And it wasn't a buildable lot, but it was a lot that I could have basically then had. I was going to open up a daycare for folks that were low income. And so in his neighborhood, in his buildings. And so he ended up fighting with the city. He literally brings 3 attorneys, like, because I had to be then here at a town hall meeting because he like threatened to sue them, let her cease and desist, the whole 9 yards. I only did that because he was just being a super jerk about not cleaning it up. And so all that ended up happening was he ended up spending well over $10,000 on attorneys fighting it just to get the city to not sell it to me. And whatever. It was like, if I got it, I got it. If I didn't, I didn't. Because I could still open up the daycare there. So yeah, so it was kind of a funny story. So yeah, it wasn't about, I didn't have to spend anything because it was a city that decided to sell it to me. So I got to do it. And all I did was get to tweak him. So that cost him over $10,000 and he got nothing out of it. Don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Yeah. Angel R laughy face. Oh, thanks. Antoine. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah. Matic. You're a badass. Yeah. It was pretty funny. Yeah. Don't take lessons from me. I'm an infant sometimes. REI trainer. Awesome show tonight. Thanks for sharing all your wisdom. Yeah. Having a fantastic evening and a happy new year. Thanks. Yeah, it's almost 11:30, but we're still having fun. REI trainer. Awesome show tonight. Sorry. Yeah. Yo Matic. I want to be like, yeah, I read that. Yeah. No, you don't. I kind of have an infant problem. Like, just, yeah, don't be difficult. Don't be difficult. Don't be rude. And that's why I literally tell, and that's kind of the voice that I'll tell people in it too. I was like, don't be rude. Don't be rude. Don't be difficult. Yeah. 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 Unbelievable. Oh, just thinking of some of the other things I've done. Yeah. Not good. I'm an infant sometimes. Kind of funny. Better. Matt, my commercial loan is due to reset next month. Can I negotiate commercial rate or shop around with other banks? Yes and yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So Betta, what I would do is if you believe that interest rates are going up and they can go up a lot, if you believe that, what I would challenge you to do is reach out to like a Steve Dow at Velocity Mortgage or a Lima Capital for a non-QM lender. The reason I would have you do that is because I think that they can give you perspective on the deal. They can give you 30-year fixed rate debt, even on a commercial property. So if I were in your shoes, any of my commercial loans that are coming due, I talk to my bank, but I also talk to the non-QM lender and find out what they're able to give me as an option to walk out and get 30-year fixed rate debt. Their APR or their rate is going to be higher, but I think you're far better off capping your interest rate exposure with the fact that I think a lot of people believe that rates are going to go up. I think that there's a small subset of people that think there's going to be deflation. Many people are going to be, are much higher. Yeah. Yeah. So if I were in your shoes, I would talk to, yeah, if I were in your shoes, yeah, I would talk to, yeah, I would talk to a non-QM lender. And then once you talk to the non-QM lenders, there's nothing committal there. Once you talk to the non-QMs, then I go back to your bank and say, this is what I can do. Are you able to offer me something the same? And if they say, and then you just work the numbers and they say, yeah, we can, cool, stay. If they say, no, we can't. So I actually will negotiate my banks. I don't wait until I'm a month. I literally wait until, I don't even wait. I actually will, I don't even wait. I don't wait till I'm down to a month. I'll actually start talking to them about with 18 months left. Because a lot of times, if you'll keep the loan with them, they'll allow you to reset the rate or reset the term. So it's like a 5 or a 7. So I've done a number of those too, where we just get 5 years. So I'll do, I'm working on now with my commercials is just like restarting the term because I don't want to have that interest rate exposure on the other side. That's what I would do. Antoine Davis, I can't wait to do that. LOL. Yeah, just be careful, please. Like, don't listen to me. That's purely stories of my being an idiot and paying for a laugh. Ayamatic, LOL. I can see the joyful memories of vengeance going through your head. Yeah, so I like I said, I've done a few things. I had somebody that consistently blocked. So when I was house hacking, they would consistently block my car. And then they thought it was funny. They'd block my nice car with their shit box. And so, yeah. So I had their car moved. And he's like, where'd you have it towed? I'm not telling you. How can you do that? You were blocking my car. It was the street. What can I tell you? So I had his car towed. It's like, you better watch out. Okay. Park behind my car. I'm going to tow it again. So kind of like Angel's story, but that happened directly to me. Yeah, people. Yeah, anyway. Evan Grace, thanks for your help last week. Dude, you're very welcome. Brought my wife tonight. Awesome. But we will sign on time next week to catch Ashley. Oh yeah, very cool. The question, Roth IRA and spousal IRA versus taking the 12K towards rental down payments. I don't know. I honestly, so I am, Mike Zuber is definitely the one to get his take on that stuff. I don't do any of that stuff. So I don't contribute anything to my 401k at work. Yeah, I don't commit. So I admittedly, I don't spend any time on Roth IRAs or 401ks or safe harbor accounts, or I know there's taxes and fees and penalties for withdrawal and all of that stuff, but I am absolutely not the person to ask. Everything that the scope in which I evaluate any financial decision is I want return on capital. That's what it is for me every single time. I want the best return on my capital. I want my money working harder for me than anyone else's money working hard for them. So if I'm looking at two deals at the same time, it's not which one I think will appreciate more. It's which one I think I can get the most return on my capital for every single time. That's always the evaluation. And so, yeah, so that's admittedly a part of my game. I haven't spent any time on. Not my superpower at all. Definitely, I think Mike's superpower, really good. Guys like Mark Kohler. I watch a lot of his stuff now because I need to structure my business better. I think there's probably better ways I could have structured things. I'm not in an LLC, so at least Deanna doesn't have to yell at me about LLCs. That's kind of cool. Not today. But yeah, I have to work on that's where that's the piece that I have to get my game better. Yeah. So if you're asking about
taking the $12,000 out of that to pay down a rental, I don't pay down my rentals. That's what I do. I don't pay down my rentals. The only thing that I do is I pay them down with other people's money. I don't pay down my rentals. Nope, I do not. I don't. And the funny thing is I always used to think about those guys that own stuff, right? And they were constantly refining, right? Every 5 years they refi. And I was like, but they're never going to own it. It wasn't about that. It was about cash flow and the rate. And for years, pretty much any 5-year period, the rate's been lower, better. It's been better every single time, right? We heard a story today about a person that got a 2.367 mortgage. I mean, what the hell? Like, that's basically free money. So as a rule, I don't pay down my rentals. I don't need his vengeance a superpower, Rob. I don't know. Yeah, Matic. Yeah. 12K to principal, bro. So here's the question I would ask you, right? And I appreciate your honesty. Does that 12K, what is that 12K? What return does that 12K get you? That just put you further away from buying your next one. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. 2.25 on a primary. Damn. Yeah, but you're a VA. You deserve it. Like, I'm just a Joe Blow. I don't deserve a 2.25. If you're getting a 2.25, you guys should get something special. I'd like to see them do better programs for our vets. That's what I'd like to see. They have to do financial literacy because I don't want them getting set up to fail. Yeah. But yeah, if you can still get 2.5 on a cash out refi, for sure, but you won't get 2.25 on a cash out refi. And that rate's going to be good that's probably a rate. I have a few properties where the rate was so good, I will probably never be able to cash out of them ever. And that's fine. It's all good. Yeah. His vengeance is superpower, Rob. That's funny. Just closed today on investment refinance at 2.75, but wrapped in 12K of points. That this wasn't a cash out. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Oh, different property. I got you. Yeah. So for me, just generally speaking, I won't pay down mortgages. It does make sense if you can, the 12, so if you can, so yes, I would buy points down. I absolutely do that. I try and wrap closing costs in there. I absolutely do that. I want to come to the table with as little as possible. I don't care if it's levering the property. I don't want to be in an unhealthy deal, but as an investor, I'm having to bring 20 points to the table every single time. So I want to bring as little as I can to the table every single time. And on my cash out refis, the best I can find anywhere is 70% loan to value with still a decent rate. I don't want a crappy rate, like a 1.5 higher to go to 80. I'm not going to do that. So it's value. If you take a transfer from a traditional IRA from an employer IRA to a self-directed IRA, you can borrow against it and pay yourself back interest tax-free with reason. There are rules. Nice. REI trainer. Well done. Smart people watch the lumberjack, people. Smart people watch the lumberjack. Thank God. Yeah. So IRA, not my thing. Yeah. None of those retirement accounts. I have money in my retirement account. Only because so I negotiated in my contracts that my employer would still pay my contribution, even though I paid zero. That's it. It was just a different way to get more money out of the equation. Yeah, my rental is at 3.25. Yep. And want to cash out for 50K for 4.25 for my next one. I mean, I wouldn't be against that. If I were in your shoes, the only thing that you have to look at is what is that? Yeah, Matic. What does that change your return on your deal, on your first deal? Your 3.25 up to 4.125. What does that mean your return on capital is, or your yield? What does that mean your return on capital or your yield is on that other deal, on that 3.25 deal? And if you put that 50 to play, what's your yield on that deal? Basilio. Hey, Basilio. It's been a while since I've seen you. Hope you're doing awesome. It's been a long, yeah. I was expecting only going to go to 10, but now it's 11:30. That's all right. I did a bunch of work today. And actually, for some reason, I missed it. My company's off tomorrow. How does, I don't know. Probably because they know I'm still going to have to work. That's why they gave us the day off. Yeah. So yeah, Matic. It depends on what those numbers look like on the other side. That's what it comes down to. Because I wouldn't create a deal that creates too tight a margin. So I have a deal right now that's like 27% return on capital. After I refi it, because of the rate and everything else, it'll still be like 17% or 16%, right around there. I'll take a 16% deal and be able to pull out like 100 grand in cash or more. So yeah, 100 grand to lose a few percentage points on my already great number at 17 giving me return. Yeah, because that 100 buys me another house that probably gets me at my rate that I'm going. It probably gets me another deal at 20 points on that 100. So that means I'm making 20 grand on the 100 a year. So yeah. Yeah. That's what I would put it through. Yeah. Doing the work. Yep. To find the next one rental time. Yeah. Perfect. It's so funny that you would say that. It's almost like I've heard that somewhere before. Yeah. Just look at just really watch your numbers, making sure you're not turning it into Rob, my market sucks. Well, Rob, with all due respect to your market sucking, I can tell you that not every one of the deals that are out there are 20%. You can find those deals, but like I said, if you look at my last few deals, it was 2 wholesale deals, 1 pocket listing, and 2 MLSs. But the 2 MLSs that I bought, both of them had a bunch of things that I had to figure out about the property that turned it into an amazing yield. So it was me doing the work, understanding that that property didn't fit in that area and really was a duplex, even though it was being marketed. This is why I preach all the time. And sorry if there's any realtors watching this, you might not suck, but 95% of you do. 95% of realtors suck. That realtor should have looked up that property when she saw the square footage. She should have known the area well enough. And the fact that 80% or 90% of the houses on that street are multifamily. 90% of them. That's just embarrassing. That's horrible. 90% of that, like there's so few, and they're not even in that area. Like literally it's one like dupe tri-quad after another. Across the street's a 3, diagonals an 8, on the side is a 6. Like it's a dude, like she did not do those people any favor whatsoever. I could have gotten the property for less. I didn't want to squeeze for anymore. Didn't want to do it. Didn't feel right. So I was just like, it's fine. Based on what it is, we can afford to pay this. It's not a problem. We can afford to pay more. I'm not going to pay more, but I'm not going to squeeze them for less or squeeze them for more back. Yeah. Yeah. Doing the work. Yeah, Matic. That's the way it goes. Rob, you're funny. Rob, what's your market? I forget what Rob's market is. Few agents look at zoning. Yeah, no kidding. I know. That's how I've gotten some outrageously awesome deals. Hey, Mo. Hello from Vegas. I love Vegas. Vegas is my second favorite place on earth. Oh, San Diego. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, dude, San Diego is so hard. So expensive. That's right. Yeah. I mean, one of the greatest places on earth, but too expensive. But it's expensive. Abdul Mateen Sadef. I closed on my second rental Monday and got it for $17K because I found out the land the house sits on is a split parcel, even though it was all fenced in together. The agent had no idea at all. Yeah, see, guys, this is what I preach all the time. There's just, plus he didn't know it was zoned for a duplex. Oh, dude, that's awesome. That's the stuff that pisses me off. That's the stuff, because you're a professional. You're supposed to know this stuff. You do this all day long, every day, and this is what you get paid for, and you are bad at it. And just so you know, it's not exclusive to real estate agents. I think 95% of real estate agents suck. And that there's not nearly enough training for you guys. Appraisers, I've had more than my fair share of run-ins with appraisers this year. I'm not a naturally combative guy, but if you're gonna, like, we need to have a conversation, we need to have a dialogue. And yeah, I've had a couple real issues with appraisers, and they didn't care. That was the bigger issue. He was flip about it. He's like, that's what my findings were. I said, right, but your findings aren't backed up. You have an opinion. You said that there's a structural issue. I have a report that shows there isn't a structural issue, and you still rendered the value at X. I said, that's not right. I said, so after I show you that there's no structural issue, you don't believe there's any improvement in value? Of course there is. I don't have to fix the structural issue that you think I had. So you valued the property based on it having, in your eyes, a structural issue. I proved to you with a structural engineer with their report that it doesn't have a structural issue. And now you're telling me that a property with a structural issue versus one that doesn't have a structural issue is now worth the same thing? Honest to God. Let me give you an example. You buy a cup of coffee in the morning. You pay $4 for that cup of coffee. I spit in your cup of coffee. Is that coffee still worth $4? No, you want the nice one without the problem. So that means your $4 coffee is worth more. You don't want a coffee with spit in it. That's kind of worth a whole lot less. And by the way, do what Michael Zuber does. Michael Zuber is far more adult than I am. I just can't suffer people. Yeah. Yep. So I actually then had to write a big long report to the bank and say why he was wrong. They had already accepted his appraisal. True. It was never worth $4. True story. Ugh. Yeah, cost me, so whatever. And here's the problem. It was a commercial property, and so my only other option is to pay $5,000 to have it refied again or reappraised again. Nope. And now it's at a rate that I'll probably never touch again, because I think I got that done at 375. So, and my cash out was crap compared to what it would have been. After the split, the coffee is worth more because it's now lumberjack coffee. Yeah. I don't believe that about my spit, but I appreciate the sentiment. Still going, you're a machine at 1 until, hey, thanks, Mike. Yeah. Well, everybody else is in bed, and I already did all my paperwork earlier today. So yeah. So I have nothing else to do but talk about real estate. It's fun. Oh yeah, so Lambo video, I'll do that next week. And then we also close on another property next week. That one's a good one. That one's a good one. Yep, the property we close on next week is a really good one. I think I already have the units rented out. Yeah. Yeah. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, good deal. All right, guys, if you have any more questions, I'll still do it. Yeah, Lambo video. Yeah, I'm excited to do that video. That video has been a long time in the making. I'm a child. Listen, I grew up with Lamborghini Countachs, pictures of them on my walls. I remember more than clear as day, the 3 posters I had on my walls. One was Arnold Schwarzenegger from Commando. Another one was a Lamborghini Countach, which was white. Super cool car. And the other one was a Katana, motorcycle, black and red. I deserve it. I mean, we'll see. I mean, the best part is what the license plate's going to be. I'm already going to have extra insurance for vandalism on this car. Yeah. Actually, if you guys haven't watched, I don't think you've probably seen that video. Maybe you've seen that video or not. Did you actually get the Lambo? I thought that was a joke. No, I'm really getting a Lambo. I was looking for a deal. So going 5 hours again? No, definitely not. That's 1 a.m. No freaking way. I'll go probably a little bit. I'll probably hit midnight, another 12 minutes or so. Yeah, dawn. Yeah, no way. 5 hours again. No way. 4. It's good. So yeah, the Lamborghini is not a joke. Nope. Just in kind of like the YouTube, this is a crude word, just like, or we'll just say jerkiness or jackassedness. And that's not a real word. So yeah, the Lamborghini is real. I was shopping for a Lamborghini, but the problem that I have is I'm cheap. I won't buy expensive things other than houses. And so the idea was to buy a Lamborghini, but the only way that I would do it is if I could buy a house that gave me a return on my capital that was big enough where it covered my insurance costs, it covered anticipated maintenance costs, and also would cover the car payment on a monthly basis. So I'm not buying it because I can't afford it. I'm buying it because I can afford it. And I'm just going to have rental on a single property. That's why it's going to be called the Lambo house. Yeah. How did you go about marketing to corporate leases? Yep. Also, how do you screen the company? Network being my net worth. Network being my net worth. Talk to my bank. What do companies always need? They always need to work with their bankers. Small businesses always need to work with their bankers. I would tell my bankers, hey, listen, we're looking, if you got any corporate clients that are trying to get H-1B visa guys, which are other countries, and they come and work for like a term and then they go home. Their biggest issue is housing. And so it was my network being my net worth. It's really what it was. I let other neighbors know, other guys that I knew were business guys that would rent out to employees and that sort of thing. So yeah. So it was network being my net worth. I didn't market directly to those companies at all. It was people that knew me, people that knew that those people were looking, that knew what I had. That's why I like the high density bedroom count, 4s and 5s and 6s per side. Guess what? That looks really appealing to those companies, and they're willing to pay crazy market price, $3,000 a month aside. Yep. I regret not buying in Vegas 10 years ago. Yeah, Rob, yeah, I agree with you. We were building our business here. We were shopping there. Literally, we were shopping there. I was due to go out when COVID hit the US, the end of that January. I was due to go out to Vegas for a Mecum motorcycle auction where I was meeting a bunch of friends there. I decided not to go. And I was going out there. I had appointments to look at houses. No joke. Yep. No joke. And then I've just watched the properties triple in price. Now, here's the thing. In those crazy markets that go completely hyperbolic, those always have a bigger correction. I'm not saying a crash, but they always have a bigger correction. And so it'll take some time, rates, inflation, it'll be an adjustment, but I will buy in Vegas for sure. Yeah, we'll probably buy in Summerlin, probably not, maybe Henderson, maybe Red Rock. But those are the 3 that are of the most interest to me. Yeah, but I totally agree. Tim Crawford, that's funny. I'm doing paperwork as I'm listening. Yeah, I do paperwork all the time, listening to this stuff. Like that's why I listen to a bunch of Dion stuff, Mike's stuff. Yeah, I listen to a bunch of that stuff often. Mark Kohler. Yep, I listen to all that stuff. That's why I don't read. is because I just listen to a bunch of content. Because I'm usually reading P&Ls or project or construction deals or whatever. Yep. Lonnie B. Hey, Lonnie B. I've never heard from you before. Thanks for coming and checking us out. First time to catch you live. Reminds me to hit the subscribe. Very cool. Thanks for subscribing. Awesome to have you. Janet Santiago, how are you, Michael Zuber? Michael Zuber is always good because every day is Saturday. It's good. It's a good day to be Michael Zuber. Yeah, I'm at it. Congrats. Nice. I am looking for my motorcycle rental property, Honda CRF 300 Rally. Nice. Very cool. Yeah. Yep. So it's like, I'm kind of taking it to that nth degree of something that I really want, something I've always wanted since I was a kid, but not spending the money on it. You know, I have to do the work. I have to find the right property with the right return. It's going to cover all those expenses. And honestly, I'm really, truly, I'm actually maximizing the rents on the property. Once I do that, then I can figure out if I'm going to get a Huracan or an Aventador. And for those of you who don't know the difference, the Huracan is a pretty serious car, like 600 horsepower. The Aventador is even more serious. It's 700 and something horsepower, like 745. It's big. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Don, your CapEx is going to be $1,000 a month. Yeah, on a Lambo. It's going to be higher. Yeah, it's going to be higher. So it's yeah, I had to figure out the numbers on it. The insurance wasn't nearly as bad. The insurance wasn't bad at all. Actually, I was surprised about this insurance, but it's going to be well over $1,000. New slogan: every day is Monday. Damn it! Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it's true. You really go from like every day being Monday to every day being Saturday. It's like the worst day of the week every single week. Then you go to get it Saturday. It's like every day Saturday. It's the best day of the week. Angel R, I could see you in a muscle car, a Hellcat, or maybe a GT350. So I'm not a Ford guy. I've had some Fords. So just for fun, since we've got a few minutes left. So just for fun. So I've had a 67, 68, 69 Camaro. I actually had multiple 69s. I had an Xcode 69 Camaro. I've had a 69 Mach 1 Mustang, red with black. I've had a Hennessy Dodge Viper. I've had a Porsche 911. Yeah, a lot of I had a show-winning Cadillac Escalade. And all these, a lot of times it was like I would buy it with a payment, and I would have it be based on some house that I was doing. What else? There's cool stuff I had. I have a ton of motorcycles. Yeah, I have a ton of classic motorcycles. That's what I do. Yeah, Matic, put a lumberjack decal and claim it as an expense. No kidding. Absolutely. Just for fun, anybody want to guess what the license plate's going to read? New Hampshire, fun fact, New Hampshire has the highest per capita vanity plates in the country. Per capita, we have the highest. And you wish you kept them all? Nope. No, I traded one to the next. Only got one ass. It's as big as two, but I only have one. So I can only drive one at a time. The bikes was much easier. The bikes, I really got fun with the motorcycles because, I could store where I could store 3 cars. I could store like 15 bikes. No, my license plate's not going to be ORAT. That's Mike's license plate. I mean, I don't know if it is, but that should be his license plate. It's not going to be ORAT. And it's not even going to be, it's not going to be, and I'll take it out of it. It's not going to be lumberjack either. And that would be like LMBRJCK. Yeah. Not today. Abdul, that's pretty funny. Abdul Mateen. Yeah, I didn't buy it. Nope. Every SAT license. I don't know what that is. Oh, every day Saturday. Sorry, I had to put a beardy Lambo. Yeah, no, it's far more dickish. Yeah, not today. Angel, that's a good one. Dion should have that on his truck. Not today. That's good. Well done. Well done, Angel. That's awesome. Lambeard. Oh, that's actually pretty good too. Yeah, no, it's actually going to be, like I said, what Lambeardo. That's good. That's too many letters. It's got to be, yeah, eight's too many. I think it's 7. The number of the property address. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I need it to be more obnoxious. So, yeah. So the license plate is going to be your rent. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be the license plate, your rent. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. What I can't wait is somebody actually being late on their rent, and that's when I show up to pick up their rent and charge them a late fee. See what happens? I'm 5. I'm such an infant. Yeah, your rent. Exactly. Yep. So I think I'm just gonna see what the options are. No one, so I have it kind of like a few different ways. Yeah, your car getting keyed. Exactly. No, dude, Rob, 100%. I actually have already told my insurance agent. Yep. I told my insurance agent. Yep. I fully expect the car to get keyed. 100%. Yep. Yep. I'm actually going to put a motion sensor camera in the car. 100%. Yep. No joke. Swear. I'm going to put a motion sensor camera. Anybody gets within with any of the sensors, because you can put the sensors around the car. Anybody gets within 5 feet of the car that doesn't have the little fob in their pocket. Eviction. All right. Yeah. I don't do enough evictions. And I think that believe it or not, I think there's actually an attorney that has eviction, except I think they spell it EVCTION, because I think you can do 7 letters. So I think there's an attorney that already has that. Yeah. Yep. Yep. So yeah, totally. So Rob, 100%, my car's getting keyed. Yep. The difference is that the camera will catch whoever it was. Yep. And I will have deductible. So yeah, I'll absolutely 100% agree with you. I'm already on it. I think the key is I probably won't. Oh, late fee. That's pretty good, Antoine. That's funny. Late fee. Yeah. We don't do a lot with late fees. Our tenants are pretty good. We work with them. If there's a good reason that they're late, we're good. If they're consistently late, yeah, dude, no. REI trainer. Oh wow, that's crazy. Yeah, see, that might offend people. It's probably it should offend you. The goal wasn't to offend. The goal was just tongue-in-cheek laugh, but yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be the plate. So it might be URRENT. It might be YORRENT. It might be YOURRNT. Paid 0 taxes. So that would be PD0TXS. That would fit on a plate. Can you tell I've done this a few times? Yeah, paid 0 taxes. That's pretty good. It's not true though. It's not true. And it doesn't qualify. I think REI trainer was the one who mentioned this. The size of the vehicle. It was either him. It was either REI trainer or Invest to Wealth. One of you guys talked about the size of the vehicle and the number of pounds that it had to be. It had to be 6,000 pounds or something. Lamborghini doesn't qualify. It's only 3,000. I think it's like 3,000 or 3,500 pounds. It doesn't qualify. I looked at that. Because then you can take like the entire, it's like the entire amount or something like that. 1%. Yeah, that's funny. Yep. Got to trigger the snowflakes. Yeah. 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 REI trainer. Yeah. 6,000 pounds. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Mike was like, well, just put two of them together. I was like, there's no place you can conjoin a Lamborghini and make it look good. It has to be by itself. It's a true story. True story. All right. It was awesome hanging out with all you guys. It's after midnight. I got an early morning tomorrow. I'm so getting smacked by a kid. Know it. I know it. Samuel had the look in his eye tonight. Did the eye of the tiger. It's like just sizing daddy up. Wait until I walk in. Hi, daddy. Hi, Samuel. And my wife sleeps right through it. She's awesome. Either that or she's a wicked good faker. I don't think she is, though. She's always been a heavy sleeper. So, yeah. Anyway, it's good stuff. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with me for 4 hours tonight. Went way longer than I expected, but it was a good time. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your evening. For those of you on the West Coast, it's only 9 o'clock, so good for you. It's midnight here on the East Coast. You guys are very welcome. Happy to do it. Have an awesome night. Have a happy new year. Please be safe, guys. Nothing's worth your health or safety. Just please be careful. Please be careful. Yeah, have an awesome one. Have a blast. Great seeing you guys. And Sunday, we'll do this Sunday for sure. 100%. Dion, appreciate that. Hey guys, on your way out, if you didn't hit the like button, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Would love it. And yeah, appreciate you guys. Look forward to it. See you on Sunday. See you guys.